You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Baby, lovely.
Good morning, it's November the 24th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Red Cindy.
Good morning, Al. How are you?
Not too bad. I went out for a walk this morning, and sure enough, I thought to myself, Al, you got to stop looking at the ground when you're walking because you never know what you're going to miss. Next thing you know, I hear a noise, and I look up, and I watch this deer
Very cool.
Making its way away from me. And yourself?
I'm here. I'm in a lot of pain. I had a bad fall last week. That's why I wasn't here on Thursday. Fell about 4 feet into a dance pit, and lucky that I don't have any broken bones or a concussion.
Yeah, I'd say so. 4 feet. Yeah, that's a little high.
Yeah.
It
was.
Yeah, I know somebody fell 3 feet and they ended up with 5 cracked vertebrae. We've had vertebrae in the back.
Yeah.
Compression fractures.
Yeah. They didn't x-ray my back. I've had my foot and my knee x-rayed. Nothing's broken there. And I can get up and walk, and they had me do a bunch of movements at the hospital. So it's just a matter of watching how the swelling and the pain goes. And, I do have some numbing that's happening. So I'm going to have to, go find a doctor somewhere somehow to get more tests for that. But I'm here. I'm walking. Here.
Right. Yes. Limping probably.
I'm limping, but I'm not in the hospital, and I don't have a big old cast on my leg, and so I'm at least pleased with that part.
Good. You're good. Yeah, casts are a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
As far as weather-wise, I'm looking out the sky. I see some blue sky, and I know sometime over the next week or two, they're talking about 11 degrees high. I go, yes.
Yeah, I woke up to snowing this morning, although we're not supposed to get much, but I did wake up to a very light snow and snow-covered grass.
It might be gone by the end of the day.
It might be gone by the time we're done.
Oh, there you go. Even better. Okay, time we're getting things done. Let's get into the news.
Coming to us from Cannabis Business Times, U.S. Congresswoman demands answers from AG on new DOJ memo to prosecute cannabis offenses.
The Democratic Congresswoman is trying to get to the bottom of a U.S. attorney's left field announcement that he plans to start rigorously prosecuting cannabis offenses occurring on federal land in Wyoming. U.S. Rep. Dina Titus sent a letter November 21st to Attorney General Pamela Bondi to express her deep concern with the Department of Justice's guidance that apparently directs U.S. district attorneys' offices nationwide to start enforcing simple cannabis possession crimes in places like national parks and forests.
According to Darren Smith, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Wyoming, the DOJ directive was issued on September 29th. unbeknownst to the public or congressional lawmakers. Smith indicated in a press release last week that the DOJ's new guidance rescinded the Biden-era guidance that he said had instructed U.S. attorneys not to prosecute such offenses. If the Biden administration provided such guidance, it was never made public.
Now, Titus questioned Bonnie's motives in the letter, saying that this reversal, revealed only through a regional announcement, raises significant concerns about transparency and rationale underlying the DOJ's enforcement priorities that will inevitably have a severe social and economic toll on communities throughout the country. Simple cannabis possession poses no meaningful threat to public safety, and it is indefensible to revive prosecution under an outdated law that no longer reflects the current use of cannabis in the United States.
Whether Trump's DOJ officially rescinded or reversed a Biden-era policy remains unconfirmed. Smith's office and the DOJ did not respond to Cannabis Business Times' request to provide the current policy document. Titus requested copies of both current document and the previous policy that Smith claimed was issued under Biden.
She goes on to say that the decision to resume prosecution for minor cannabis offenses demands immediate reconsideration. I urge you to reverse course and to release without delay the Biden-era guidance and the rescission memorandum. The public deserves full transparency regarding the policies that shape federal enforcement priorities and determine how tax dollars are deployed.
Titus also asked Bondi to answer the following questions by December 3rd. What has the DOJ specifically instructed U.S. attorneys to do as it pertains to cannabis offenses on federal lands? What specific cannabis offenses will the DOJ prioritize for prosecution on federal lands under the renewed enforcement posture?
What data and evidence informed your decision to resume prosecution of minor cannabis offenses? How many cannabis offenses or possession cases on federal lands has the DOJ prosecuted in the past decade? And how many does the department expect under the new directive?
The letter is unlikely to receive a response from Bondi, but it serves as a tool to gain public and media attention at a time when cannabis legalization remains a popular public policy. 64% of Americans support the issue, according to the Gallup poll released earlier this month. In her letter, Titus pointed out that the federal government's drug war on cannabis is a costly venture that has disproportionately impacted low-income and historically marginalized communities. Wyoming, in particular, has one of the highest racial disparity rates in the nation when it comes to cannabis arrests, with Black people 5.2 times more likely to be arrested than white people, according to the American Civil Liberties Union.
Titus also referenced a normal report that revealed more than 40% of all state and local drug arrests in 14 states in 2024 were for cannabis-related violations. These states have some of the least permissive cannabis laws in the nation. And Titus wrote that reverting the punitive criminalization at the federal level will not deter use or strengthen public safety. It will simply continue a cycle of incarceration and unequal enforcement. The ripple effects of a charge for simple possession of cannabis can have a life-altering consequences.
Smith's announcement of the policy change in Wyoming hasn't been reciprocated publicly among other U.S. attorneys' offices. The Associated Press reported last week that spokesperson for the U.S. attorneys in Arizona and Montana did not return messages seeking comment, and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado declined to comment. There are 93 U.S. attorneys' offices covering 94 federal jurisdictional districts in the United States.
And Smith, from his office, says that cannabis possession remains a federal crime in the United States, irrespective of varying state laws. The detrimental effects of drugs on our society are undeniable, and I am committed to using every prosecutorial tool available to hold offenders accountable. Imagine walking through the woods, enjoying a nice hike in the woods at a park, and next thing you know, you get busted for smoking a joint. Wouldn't that suck?
No, I'm floored that there are people, especially in North America, which as forward as we've come, and the studies that have been done, I'm beyond shocked that there are still people that classify cannabis as a drug, even if they don't want to see it completely as a medicine, but to put it in with drugs, just it floors me that people still think that way.
Yeah,
I mean, with all of the good that it does, I'm just like that one line from that floored me. Like I can't believe people still think that way.
WTF? WTF? Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go from cannabis to psychedelics.
Yeah, coming to us from Health Day, the popularity of psilocybin psychedelics hasn't increased ER visits.
Good stuff. Now, there's some key takeaways. Increased use of psychedelics hasn't caused a rise in emergency visits and hospitalizations. Psychedelics account for fewer than 2% of hospital visits related to substance use. And after a small increase early in the COVID pandemic, hospital admissions declined through 2023.
Wow.
Mhm.
Increased use of hallucinogens like psilocybin hasn't created an increase in ER visits or hospitalizations for bad trips, researchers recently reported in JAMA Network. In fact, after a small rise through 2020, admissions declined through 2023 with no correlation to decriminalization policies. This is coming from senior researcher Dr. Kevin Zhu, an assistant professor of psychiatry at Washington University School of Medicine at St. Louis, Missouri. And he said this in a news release.
Yeah, hallucinogen use is rising in the United States. Researchers said in background notes. Now, Oregon, Colorado have decriminalized the use of psilocybin, along with several cities such as Massachusetts, California, and Michigan. However, it's not clear how that increase has affected the health of the users, or researchers say.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the study, researchers tracked ER visits and hospital admissions for substance use involving people 16 to 64 between 2016 and 2023. Among more than 1.3 million people treated for substance use, fewer than 2% had taken hallucinogens, researchers found.
The monthly share of hallucinogen-related emissions ranged from 0.6% in January of 2016 to a high of nearly 1.2% in January 2021. ER visits and hospitalizations currently have stabilized into a pattern that's slightly above pre-pandemic levels, the results show.
Hallucinogens continue to account for a small fraction of substance-related hospital admissions, outweighed by alcohol and opiate-related encounters, the research team concluded in their report. The findings add important context to other studies showing rises in hallucinogen use. This is coming from researcher Richard Gruska, a professor of family and community medicine and health outcomes research at the St. Louis University of Medicine. And he said this in a news release.
And he goes on to say that those increases don't seem to be contributing to rising ER visits. And if anything, alcohol and other drugs seem to be driving adverse consequences of psychedelic use. There you go.
And it says, what this means for you, decriminalization of psychedelics has not caused a surge in hospitalizations related to those medicines.
There you go. Good to know that it hasn't increased any hospitalizations. That's always, those are part of the fears, right? So.
Oh, it always is.
Yeah, that's good that has not transpired, and people, there's so many people that are finding health reasons to be using them and improving their lives. So. Okay, next story.
Yeah, coming to us from Cannabis Science and Technology. Updates on cannabis research for Alzheimer's disease symptoms.
Oh, we got show more button. Oh, a bunch of stuff there. Okay, I'm just scrolling down. How can medical cannabis affect symptoms of Alzheimer's? This month's Healer webinar, hosted by Dustin Solik, included analysis of recent in vitro and in vivo research on how cannabinoids can moderate various dementia symptoms, including those for Alzheimer's disease and even the core issue of memory loss and cognitive decline. Now, Dr. Sulak also briefly discussed how new federal legislation passed earlier this month may affect hemp products, stating there's still a lot of questions up in the air, but I think the most important thing for all of us to know is that it gives us a 12-month runway to find a way to make more sensible regulations. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Now, the first study discussed in the webinar randomized a clinical trial of low-dose cannabis extract in Alzheimer's disease. And that was published in the Journal of Alzheimer's Disease in October 2025. This study built on previous preclinical and clinical research on cannabinoids for Alzheimer's symptoms. In this phase 2 randomized double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trial, 28 participants diagnosed with Alzheimer's consumed either a placebo or a low-dose THC CBD balance extract daily for 26 weeks compared to the placebo. The participants taking the cannabinoid scored higher on mini mental state exam.
Though it was a small sample size, Dr. Sulak included the study because of its potential implications. These are small groups, but still quite significant numbers, he explained, noting that most other dementia studies do not include a placebo. But this study is really asking the question, what happens if we just kind of nudge the endocannabinoid system? Now, what happens if we really treat and titrate the treatment to observable symptomatic improvement? But this is like cannabis as a tonic, just a little dose. He also noted that cannabinoids could be a more affordable treatment compared to the FDA-approved treatment involving an infusion of antibodies. And there have been 2 rodent model studies.
Yeah. I think it switches over to a completely different thing, but we'll go through it anyways.
Sure.
It says the next study identified of cannabinolic and CBG acids, and there's a bunch of words there, inhibitors against Alzheimer's disease. So this is the second study on Alzheimer's and cannabis. Was published in Phytotherapy Research in January 2025. Researchers tested CBDA and CBGA as compounds for multi-target directed ligands to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease by targeting multiple variables. Both cannabinoids were found to act on enzymatic targets relevant in the disease progression and symptoms. The rodent model portion of the study tested the cognitive performance in mice injected with beta amyloid peptides to induce Alzheimer's-like symptoms. The cannabinoids were found to improve hippocampal neuroplasticity and cognitive function, and CBGA also demonstrated reduced depressive-like behavior. They're quoted as saying, I think these compounds have a lot of promise, probably beyond dementia, Dr. Sulak noted. These are just kind of a glimpse of what might happen in humans.
Dr. Sulak also briefly discussed the third study, which is cannabinoid cannabidiolic acid reduces deficits in hippocampal long-term potential in models of Alzheimer's disease. And this was published in the International Journal of Molecular Sciences in May of this year. This was another rodent study with CBDA, with researchers analyzing hippocampal slices and protein analysis in cortical tissues of mice with Alzheimer's-like symptoms. Basically, what these folks found was that CBDA in vitro at low concentration reversed the attenuation of long-term potentiation. These are really looking at upstream factors in Alzheimer's disease. How much energy does the mitochondria of the cell produce? How are the proteins handled? How are they sorted? And then how can the nerves make new connections with each other?
Now, according to Sulak, the main takeaways from the 2 rodent model studies are that CBDA and CBGA join other cannabinoids as proven multi-targeted directed agents in Alzheimer's disease, though this effect in humans still needs to be researched, particularly for effective doses for humans. A main question for future research is, can we get these effects at doses that are likely for humans to consume? And even though it's very hard to extrapolate that, these studies suggest that the answer is yes. So I'm quite excited.
Yeah, the final study, Can Cannabinoids Alleviate Behavioral Symptoms in Older Adults with Dementia? A systematic review. It was published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology in October of this year. Researchers analyzed studies related to medical cannabinoids used for managing behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia. In total, 10 studies with a total of 278 participants were examined. Through multiple mechanisms of actions, cannabinoids demonstrated abilities to reduce agitation and sleep disturbances. Oh, that's huge. Improve functional abilities and increase caregiver satisfaction while exhibiting good tolerability.
Dr. Sulak concluded with a message on the potential of cannabis in alleviating the multiple stresses of dementia. Dementia, not just Alzheimer's dementia, but dementia in general is a huge problem, he stated. We don't have good treatments for it. We have an aging population. It requires a lot of care. It's a big financial burden on the economy. We need cost-effective and overall safe and effective treatments for this. We have them in our beloved plant, cannabis, and we need to continue to get these people to unlock their secrets.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Now, I told you before the show that I had a little bit of information on the cannabis and Alzheimer's that I would talk about when we got to this point. This Wednesday night on the Pace Radio Show, our guests are Kim Saltarsky and James Tripp. Kim does the Healing Conversations, which is a series of patient stories about cannabis and how cannabis helped. On Wednesday, we're going to be talking about cannabis and Alzheimer's disease. Exactly that. And
wow.
The documentary is released. It's on Kim's YouTube channel. Amazing, Ain't It? That's what this YouTube channel is called. And you'll see it there. And the stuff that we were reading through there, I can confirm that James has seen as a result of that. We're going to find out more on Wednesday. Yeah, I was excited when I had the opportunity to be able to talk to them about this, because we've had people in our family have died of Alzheimer's. So
same.
Yeah, exactly. So, all righty. Move on to the next story before we go to break. Actually, the last story before we go to break.
Yeah.
And there you go. It's up.
It's up. Coming to us from Normal. Meta-analysis, cannabis use not linked to elevated risk of oral cancer.
Yeah, cannabis use is associated with a reduced risk of oral cancer, according to the results of a systematic review and meta-analysis published in the Journal of Efficacy in Substance Abuse. An international team of investigators from Jordan, Iraq, and
Uzbekistan.
Thank you. Reviewed data from 6 case-controlled studies involving over 15,000 subjects.
Researchers identified no dose-response relationship between cannabis use and a heightened risk of oral cancers, regardless of subjects' duration of use. Instead, investigators suggested that cannabis may provide significant protective effects against cancer. Imagine that. They caution, however, that their findings may be influenced by confounders, particularly researchers' failure to identify subjects' HPV status. The pooled odds ratio demonstrated a statistically significant inverse association between cannabis use and oral cancer risk. The study's authors concluded, however, given methodological limitations, heterogeneity and exposure assessment, and conflicting recent evidence, these findings require cautious interpretation. Further large-scale prospective cohort studies with standardized exposure measurements are essential for definitive conclusions, of course.
Now, while cannabinoids have demonstrated well-established anti-cancer activities in preclinical models, their efficacy as an anti-cancer agent has rarely been assessed in clinical trials, they say.
Mm.
So there you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Nice, sweet, short article. Gets right to the point and gets us back on track. All right, time for us to take a break. Right, and when we get back, we'll continue with our stories that we've got lined up. Man, what are we talking about? Oh, psychedelics. Are they a human right? What do you think? We'll find out when we get back from break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live. And we've got, as I mentioned before the break, we've got 4 more stories to bring you. And I was too busy on my phone getting caught up on things in order to get ready for the next story.
Hey, I saw.
You saw. Yeah, I know. I get messages during the show, right? All right, here we go. It's ready.
Yeah. Coming to us from Harvard Law today, psychedelics, real risk or human right?
Yep, the road towards medical legalization of psychedelics remains a long, strange trip. One filled with thorny legal and policy questions, according to experts in an event held last week by the Harvard Law School's Petrie Flom Center for Health Law, Policy, Biotechnology, and Bioethics. Now, according to the facility director, Glenn Cohen, says that the public disclosure seems to be drawn only to these extreme questions: psychedelics, yes or no, enthusiast or skeptic, too much hype, not enough hype. Although there are places where these are mutually exclusive, or we're going to try to bring the end into equation too.
In his introductory remarks, Cohen, the James A. Atwood and Leslie Williams Professor of Law at Harvard, pointed out that the center launched the Project of Psychedelics Law and Regulation in 2021 to examine the numerous gray areas in the debate over psychedelic research and access. Moderated by Slate Political Gabfest co-author David Plotz, the panel Towards Psychedelic Access, Go Faster or Slower, brought together fervent advocates for psychedelics access with those who favored a more cautious approach.
In the latter camp was David B. Yannon, a professor at psychedelic research at Johns Hopkins University, referring to the classic psychedelic drugs, LSD, psilocybin, and DMT. He noted they have inherent dangers as well as medical benefits in treating mood disorders. There are real risks to these substances, he says, which do increase when you get out of the medical research context and into recreational and other settings.
What's needed, he added, is more rigorous medical research, something he admitted was difficult to accomplish because those substances are largely illegal. It's a funding issue. Most of the field has been funded by philanthropy up to this point. I'm one of the few researchers in the field lucky enough to have a National Institute of Health funded grant to study psychedelics, but it's relatively small. We've been hearing for many years across different administrations that the NIH will fund this research, and I think we're still waiting to see that happen. But we need a large government funding of this research to understand these substances the way we need to.
I largely approached drug policy reform as an issue of human rights, countered Kat Packer, distinguished cannabis policy practitioner in the residence at the Ohio State University Drug Enforcement and Policy Center. She cited Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, which contends that the war on drugs is the main culprit in the mass incarceration of people of color in the United States. Thus, Packer says, the drug policies themselves can be just as harmful as the drugs. And there are risks that we have an opportunity to mitigate.
Moderator Plotz asked whether the legalization of medical cannabis had become a smokescreen for people who really wanted it for recreational purposes, and whether there was a risk of psychedelics going that way. Some folks may be using these substances for medical purposes. Some may be using them for spiritual purposes, Packer replied. And some folks might want to just have fun and get high. And I don't think we should judge them for that. My intention is not to take a moral position on the use of these substances. But when folks are using them, how can we do more? How can we do so more responsibly? The opportunity we have is to take on a more nuanced taxonomy when we talk about these issues, and they don't have to be a smokescreen.
Matthew Wiz Buckley, a former Navy Top Gun fighter pilot, gave an emotional speech about the role that psychedelics played in the treatment of his post-traumatic stress. Buckley endured a sexual assault as a child and the loss of numerous friends during his service, both through combat and suicide. He says that it was a culture of tonight we drink, tomorrow we die. I was spiraling the drain and probably on my way out the door. When he heard about psychedelics therapy, he said his reaction was, man, go to Mexico and do drugs with Navy SEALs. Sign me up for that.
The treatment was the drug ibogaine, proved to be far more profound than expected. It was the most spiritual experience of my life. I hear you, my friend. I had lost my faith for 40 years easily. I reconnected with my late sister, my dad, and my God. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. Buckley said he has since come to regard ibogaine as a sacrament and has founded the No Fallen Heroes Foundation, as well as the Sacred Warrior Fellowship, a church built on psychedelic communion. He argued that restricting access to these medicines would amount to religious discrimination for him.
Now he says that I must have an old copy of the Constitution because nowhere does it say that the DEA gets to tell me how I can worship my God. But University of Pennsylvania medical ethics law professor Holly Fernandez Lynch cautioned that this kind of reasoning is unlikely to resonate with the FDA, which is focused on traditional medical models rather than spiritual healing. While the agency is not necessarily opposed to psychedelic treatments, she said it looks for medically based documentation. She noted that the drug ketamine has been approved for treating depression, while MDMA has not, and that the biotech company Compass is now doing phase 3 studies on a synthetic psilocybin product. Now,
There's a lot of tension in the psychedelic community about what the right pathway is. I think I might have just jumped in on you, Al. I'm so sorry.
go ahead.
Fernandez Lynch said, when the veterans get involved like this, I get really excited. I come at this with what I think is a pretty straightforward principle, although it's controversial in this community, which is if you're making medical claims, you should have to prove those medical claims. We should hold psychedelic medicines, to the same standard as other medicines. And what I say to that is, we have a millennia of studies that have happened. We just have to look at them. And I don't think anybody in the psychedelic community is upset at the fact that government scientists or scientists of any form want to prove us right. I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly. All righty. Time for us to move on to the next article.
Coming to us from Strachan. BC's direct delivery continues to grow in the second quarter of 2025 as flower sales continue to cool.
The BC Liquor Distribution Branch wholesaled 41,127,103 grams of cannabis in July, August, and September of 2025, with 154 million wholesale sales. Grams wholesaled by the provincial cannabis distributor increased 6.4% year over year, while wholesale sales were down 4.8%.
The price per gram of all cannabis products declined 10.7% to $4.30, while the price of a gram of dried flower decreased 1.5% to $4.09 a gram. The number of retail stores increased 2.4% year over year for a total of 522 stores, both public and private.
Sales. I don't know if I missed a spot or not. Sales in nearly all dried flower SKUs were down or flat in terms of grams sold, except for significant growth in the 7-gram SKUs. That's under $3 a gram, and 14-gram SKUs with $3 a gram. Half-ounce SKUs over $5 a gram increased 135%. year over year. And 7-gram SKUs were under $3 a gram, increased 99%.
Sales of all 1-gram SKUs declined by 25%. 3.5-gram SKUs declined by 19%, and 7-gram SKUs declined by 10%. 15-gram SKUs increased by 11%, and the 28 full ounce, they declined by 5%. The number of cannabis beverages sold via wholesale increased 11% year over year. Edibles increased 2.6%, and dried flower decreased 6.6%. Ingestible extracts decreased 20%. Inhaled extracts increased 3.4%. Pre-rolls increased 8.4%. Of course they did. Nobody wants to roll anymore. Seeds declined 64.8%, and topicals decreased by 9%.
For inhaled extracts, the growth was entirely from disposable vapes, which saw a 72% year-over-year growth, with 389,581 sold through wholesale. The number of cartridges sold actually declined by 8% to 902,000. Sales for most concentrates, such as hash and resin, rosin, and wax, all declined in terms of units sold. However, shatter increased by 6.2%, and infused pre-rolls increased by 1.7%.
That's interesting. The majority of ingestible extracts were sold capsules and pills, 60% by units, followed by oils and tinctures. Infused pre-rolls accounted for the largest share of sales of inhalable extracts by units sold, at 46.3%, followed by cartridges at 32% and disposable pens at just under 14%.
Sales in BC's direct delivery program, which allows some smaller BC-based cultivators to sell through products directly to retailers, bypassing the province's central warehouse, again saw significant year-over-year increases to 52% in terms of wholesale grams sold. This continued a trend seen in the previous quarter. Wholesale sales were up 33% to nearly 3.1 million compared to the second quarter of 2024, while the price of all cannabis products declined by 12.4% to $4 a gram, and the price of dried flower declined 4.3% to $4.16 a gram. The strike closed BC Central Cannabis Warehouse from September 22 to October 27th, leaving direct delivery as the only option for retailers, likely adding to these increased sales. I have to agree. Next quarter's figures are expected to even further reflect these increases.
Sales of units of cannabis chews increased 242% year over year to 21,287, while beverages declined 85% down to just 420. Well, that's kind of a funny number. The number of units of dried flowers sold increased 30% to 50,000, and the number of units of pre-rolls increased 12.4% to just over 64,500. The number of ingestible extracts decreased by 19.6%, while the number of units inhaled extracts increased 85%. The number of plants sold through the system increased by 76%. Yeah, who wants to buy seeds when they can buy plants already? To 335, while seeds increased by 280%. Holy Joe, to 19, and topicals increased to 19. Seeds increased 280% to 19.
I'm just baffled by, last week we're talking about plants being sold, and here the BC is talking about the plants being sold, but yet, I don't know, I don't see anybody even talking about buying plants, or even the stores around my area. Anyways, I'm not seeing them selling any plants. And what does the clone cost?
About $40.
Is it?
40 to 50, yeah. And
wow.
they're not tiny little clones like we would get. They're in pots. They're they're little mini plants.
They are they?
Yeah. So you're getting something that comes with a guarantee, right?
Yeah, I can remember clones, $3 not rooted, $5 rooted. Boy, things have really changed.
Big time.
Big time. All right, here we go. Next story.
Coming to us from Hemp Gazette. Cannabis employees at risk of work-related asthma.
A U.S. study finding certain cannabis workers are at a risk of work-related asthma calls for preventative intervention from the industry. A Centers for Disease Control study published last year found 13 million of the estimated 170 million U.S. adults working in the previous year had asthma. Among those with asthma, an estimated 896,000 had work-related asthma.
One of the many sectors where work-related asthma poses a significant risk is in the cannabis industry, according to Kenneth Rosenman, who is the co-author of a new study looking into the issue. The research suggests workers picking, grinding, and packaging cannabis are developing workplace-related asthma, and 2 have been documented to have died from the related complications.
I do recall the one story about the one, it was a lady who died. She was a trimmer. Yeah, the dust, heavy dust. That's what it was. The study analyzed data from Michigan, California, Massachusetts, and Washington, finding 30 cases of work-related asthma. Of those, 13 were employees who didn't have asthma prior to working in the industry. The number of WRA's cases are likely much higher, but workers can be hesitant to report such problems. Now, according to Roseman, says that there are a number of allergens and substances capable of causing allergic reactions. The two big ones were the cannabis dust itself, or the plant dust, and the disinfectants they use.
I can imagine the disinfectants would definitely. And then the dust, if it's in the air, if it's resiny and it's going to coat, you're not burning it; it's just getting in there.
Yeah.
I guess I can see both. Yeah. Most cases, 69% worked in indoor cultivation processing. In the cases of the deaths, these occurred due to the victim's health care provider not setting medical restrictions. They have to be willing to write that note that says, this is a work-related condition and this person is eligible for workers' compensation, he said. Otherwise, you're just out on the street with nothing.
Rosamond says that the industry should improve workplace conditions for taking actions, including using disinfectants that don't induce allergies, ensuring that there is sufficient ventilation in the workplace, and carrying out medical surveillance and screening workers for asthma. This is clearly a preventable disease. Industries needs to be responsible, and workers need to speak out and talk to their healthcare providers, according to Rosamond. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. According to the CDC, there were about 428,000 people working in the legal cannabis industry across the USA in 2022. The CDC noted that among potential workplace hazards were exposure to bacteria, mold, and other fungi resulting from high humidity, wet conditions, and poor ventilation. Endotoxins, organic particulate matter, and dust from the plants, and then sensation of cannabis plant proteins triggering allergic reactions. Interesting. So yeah, like, I mean, like you know, like any plant, you know, like can end up growing mold and whatnot if the air is not right. If one thing is off, and that mold and those things can grow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember when this woman died, it was just like, what? Everybody's going, really? What's going on? But yeah, and that was the end result. Was dust, heavy dust. Yeah, exactly. Okie dokie. Last story of the day.
Yeah, it is coming to us from Normal. Low levels of THC in blood not associated with significant changes in simulated driving performance.
Subjects who have not recently consumed cannabis but still have residual effects of THC in their blood perform no differently on a driving simulator than do those who are THC negative, according to the data published in the journal Clinical Chemistry. Researchers affiliated with the University of California at San Diego assessed THC blood levels and simulated driving performance in a cohort of 190 regular cannabis consumers. Study subjects were required to have abstained from cannabis for 48 hours prior to participating in the study.
Post-abstinence, and nearly half of the study participants had detectable levels of THC at baseline, with 1/4 of participants testing positive for more than 2 nanograms per milliliter of THC in the blood. However, those testing positive for THC showed no significant differences in their baseline driving scores as compared to those with no quantifiable THC concentrations. Our data argue that the concentrations we measured at baseline likely reflect steady state THC concentrations in this population several days after last use. The study authors concluded, we also show using quantitative data from the driving simulator that participants who exceeded the zero tolerance and per se cut points 2 and 5 nanograms per milliliter performed in a similar manner as those below the arbitrary values. These results add to a growing body of evidence that per se THC blood statutes lack scientific credibility as prima facie evidence of impairment.
The findings are consistent with those of other studies reporting no collaboration between the detection of either THC or its metabolites in blood, urine, saliva, and breath, and impaired driving performance. Nevertheless, several states have enacted laws criminalizing drivers who operate a motor vehicle with trace levels of THC and THC metabolites, regardless of whether the driver is impaired, which is so wrong. Right? Like, doesn't make sense. If you're not impaired, why are you getting charged as impaired driver?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, in an accompanying editorial, authors said that the study's conclusions raised serious doubts about the scientific validity of using measures of THC in blood to identify cannabis impaired drivers.
NORML has consistently argued that law enforcement should not presume that the detection of either THC or its metabolites in bodily fluids is evidence of impairment because their presence is not predictive of diminished performance. Alternatively, NORML has called for the expanded use of performance-based tests like DRUID or predictive safety alert meter, which compares subjects' cognitive skills to either their own prior performance or an aggregated baseline.
There you go. Yeah. All it's proving is that there's THC in the person's system.
Yeah,
It's only proving consumption. Consumption. That's it. Nothing more. You know. But yet there's a lot of people, that have had this charge, fighting the charge. And you got to hope that maybe some research like this, you get, the whole research, not just the quick article that we have, but the actual research. You take that and fight your case. It's got to help.
There's been a lot of it. I mean, we've read a lot over the past year, like just in 2025. Like, I mean, at least once a month we have something about driving and cannabis.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of studies, and like, I mean, it doesn't really matter where the studies are coming from. They're all studying the same thing. I don't care if it's coming from Israel, the United States, Canada, Mexico.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's coming from. It's all human condition, and we should be able to, call on that research when we go to court. I know here in Nova Scotia, there have been a few people that have been charged with impaired driving using cannabis. So I'm really hoping they fight it, and I'm really hoping it helps to start changing the way they treat it.
Yeah, well, medical patients are always at risk of being charged with impaired driving, even though they're not impaired. I had an article on Thursday while you were away on New South Wales in Australia, where an MP has put a motion forward or a bill forward which medical patients can help use as a defense. They will still be charged, but they're allowed to go to court, use medical defense, so on and so forth. Whereas right now, you can't. And so it's good to see at least one jurisdiction is starting along that line. Let's just hope that there's more of them that recognize that medical patients aren't out there, stoned out of the trees driving. Their patients they consume daily.
Just trying to be out of pain and out of anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anything before we say goodbye?
I don't think so. I think we're good. I will be getting a copy of the speech that I did last Monday night. Al is going to be rebroadcasting it on the station as soon as I get it. So keep an eye out for that.
All right. Thank you very much. Other than that, that's a report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. I stopped by there last week and I bought some stuff. Sure enough, I got home and there's Margaret. She's got this little bag inside there of goodies for me to have. She's always doing that.
That's nice.
And can't forget our other sponsor at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for watching or listening. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for May 27th, 2025. May is almost over. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Summer's almost here. Summer's almost here.
Oh, the song's done. Sorry. I was going to keep dancing.
Looks like you already got summer going there. Look at a fan going on.
Yeah, man. I am menopausal age and hot flashes fucking suck.
Not for me.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. How you doing?
Besides really warm at the moment, I'm pretty awesome. How about yourself?
I'm doing awesome myself. We started out with rain today. It became beautiful sun. Took my little, come here, Chikachu. I'm just waking her up from a dead sleep. Took my little friend to the beach today.
Ooh.
Okay, you can lay back
I was
down.
out driving around in my Westphalia earlier. We've had nothing but sunshine here on today, Tuesday, May 27th. It's been absolutely beautiful. So I'm gonna go out in the Westphalia afterwards too.
You should get a big Scooby-Doo sticker for the side of it.
I looked into having it wrapped like the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine, and I would have done it except for it was way, 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 way infinity too much money.
Yeah, but it would have been so cool.
$10,000 to make it look really cool.
Ah, come on, a paintbrush, a couple cans of paint, you got it.
Canadian Tire sells.
But I did look into it. It was quite expensive, even to have it wrapped instead of painted, which used to be something that was much cheaper, was incredibly expensive. It was about $4,000 more to get it wrapped versus painted.
Yeah, they just saw that you could afford a Westphalia and figured you were Little Miss Moneybucks.
Right. People only think that because it costs so much to get fucking parts. Like, it's insane. They have a new Westphalia out. They have remade the Westphalia. It does not have a pop top, and it's electric.
There's one that drives by here.
Yeah.
There's a little yellow one that comes by here every once in a while.
Oh, right on.
I've seen it. It is so cute. I wouldn't want it. I like the old ones.
Yeah, I like having the second floor. The second floor is definitely like extra sleeping room is definitely a bonus.
That's where you hang that thing that kills the mosquitoes because they go way up there.
That's just where you put your guests, right?
And then the mosquitoes don't come get you.
No, they bug the guest. Get that, Amy?
Yeah. Hey, what is that above your shoulder on the wall there?
Above my shoulder.
The other one. No, the other way. The other way. Yeah, what is that?
This is the giant leaf frog that produces combo.
And then isn't there 3 on there?
There is. Above that is the cane toad. The cane toad produces bufotein. And above that is the Bufo alvarius, which produces a tiny bit of bufotein, but it's famous for producing 5-MeO-DMT.
Wow.
Is that a good lead into today's guest?
I thought that was an excellent lead into today's guest.
Yes.
You know, due to the fact that she has the Bufo Healing Sanctuary. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the awesome Mushy Moment podcast, Marla B. Linder. Come on down.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks.
So fun.
Yeah, we try to have fun. What's the point in doing it if we can't have fun?
All right. Yeah, exactly. God, you gotta have joy and fun in your life.
Yep.
Can't take anything too serious these days.
Well, the moment this becomes work, I'll have to quit.
Yep, I'm with him.
Yeah.
But the moment it becomes work means we'd actually be making money on the podcast. That'd kind of be cool.
Yeah. Well, or you hire people and then you can have fun.
Yeah. Let me rethink those words. Joe Rogan's 20 million.
There you go. This is where manifestation starts. Keep it going.
me, I just want Joe Rogan to show up in Canada and go, hey, you serve 5-MeO. You serve me. I'd be like, okay.
You're shaking with the lighter. Or you could train him. He can serve himself.
Wow. Bufo, the toad, the one that's on that same podcast that so many people speak of.
High-spirited Bufo. What an honor. Such an honor.
So, Marla, I know that Steve came across your name and your company in some of the healing groups that he's been in, and he sent your information to me. But, I always we always like to ask a certain question, which I didn't get to read in any of the information. It didn't tell me. I want to hear your story. I would like if you would tell us what brought you to working with psychedelic medicine.
So I had my first Bufo ceremony experience, and it was obviously transformational. It was big. It was big. And the original reason why I wanted to try Bufo was because I wanted to see what it felt like to be in interdimensional frequency bands. I didn't have the depth and knowledge at that time of how much healing power it really had. So I was taken back, like, whoa, okay. I was so nervous the first time I did it. So I met this guy on Facebook, and he was taking his daughter out. He had a video of taking her out for shooting at the shooting range. And I'm like, what a cool dad, to show his daughter how to protect herself. So I messaged him, and he explained what he did and who he was. And he was a former special ops and went through addiction and pain, and it led him to Ibogaine and then to Bufo. And I'm like, well, I want to hear more. I'm really intrigued. Something is pull, that pull wanting to, it was a pull. And we figured out a ceremony time, and he came to me and served medicine and stayed for like 3 days. And I had a couple ceremonies. We also did psilocybin, and it was, that was the hard part for me, was that. Bufo was easy compared to that. My shroomy experience that one was harder for me. So, but the experience, the ceremony, I had such a loving, safe container where I could release. And some things came through for healing that I needed to do. And that led me then eventually wanting to train and become a facilitator. And at that point, when I decided to train and become a facilitator, that's when I started Bufo Healing Sanctuary right away. Like I knew, because I can see timelines ahead. I knew I had to be part of that. So that's when I started my website. So it was in the process of deep manifestation skills happening at that point, because I already did a lot of energy work, and I work with energy, frequencies, sounds, symbols, codes, and lights to help with people's energy. It's more of a bio-spiritual healing that I was doing before Bufo. And I study dimensions and harmonic universes, stargates, portals. So that's why I wanted to do Bufo. So that's what led me to there. Thank you.
Wow. Very interesting.
What led you to the work you were doing before the Bufo?
So I have a wellness story. So in 2020, I had I was just waking up at that point, learning what was going on in the world. I was really clueless otherwise. And at that point, I had a bowel obstruction, and I had to have emergency surgery. And through that, I went off of I was on Lexapro for about, close to, right after my son was born. So we're talking like 18 years on an antidepressant that I didn't think, like, I feel pretty good. I need to get off. So after the surgery, I cold turkey went off of Lexapro. And I also came down with candida from that surgery. Years and years ago, I had a weight loss surgery. And when you have a weight loss surgery, and I was a weight loss surgery fail, I gained the weight back, but it produced scar tissue, and that was the bowel obstruction, with scar tissue in the bowel. And that also led to a high level of yeast after the surgery, and I had candida. And so nobody was around to help me. I had to learn how to heal myself for 3 months. So I went on a really strict diet. I went on the candida diet. And after surgery, I was very sick. And it was a combination probably of cold turkey, letting go of the medicine, and also the candida in combination. And also anesthesia, because I work with wellness, and that has a lot of heavy metals. So all those components and parasites, I was so sick. So that led me into wellness and how to heal myself. I lost 65 pounds on the candida diet. And started to lower the levels of yeast in my gut. And some people don't know this, but we have about 90% of serotonin in our gut, and that it's connected to our brain. So there's a lot of components here with serotonin factors and heavy metal detoxing and parasites and the yeast. So that's what led me to on my own healing journey. I did not get help until 3 months into this. And I saw finally a chiropractor that was recommended by a health practitioner. They wanted to do a biopsy on the yeast, and I'm like, I'm not. Yeah, I was done with that. I had a lot of death in my family. Medical practitioners kind of failed me. Not all, but I was leery. So excuse me?
Understandably.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. So what I did was I went on the diet. I got some chiropractic skills. I did some lights. We did frequency medicine, and that's where I started learning about frequency. And then that led me into, besides healthy, I detoxed my entire existence. I got rid of plastics and cookware, the Teflon. electromagnetic fields. I went and tested everywhere in my house how to protect myself from those energy forms. And then I eventually got hold of a pulsed electromagnetic field healing device. It's a very expensive device, and I really technically wanted it for my son because he's had now 8 knee surgeries, and so I wanted him to lay on this mat to start healing him. Little did I know it'd really be for me. It's cellular. It's like a spiritual mat. It's expensive, but it's my health. I don't have health insurance. I take care of my own health. So the mat heals DNA and helps with the yeast. I brought the frequency up. High frequency is for health, as you know, because you've worked with frequency and vibration and sound therapy too. So I just kept growing and growing into. I had DNA activation while I was healing, and that started. I started to hum. This humming started to come out of me. And then I realized, oh my God, I did some research in a spiritual sense. And what was happening was I was doing etheric surgery in the realms within our auric fields. There's these fields called the morphogenetic field, and our energy fields are connected to this mass field of morphogenetic fields. So we have inner chakras in my studies and my beliefs, and outer chakras too that are connected to this frequency. And so when I started humming, I'm starting to heal myself too in energy points where they're stuck, where you have heavier metals and areas where you can't release pain and suffering, So the humming sound of frequency starts to open energy points. So I use that in my practice now. Same with sound tools. It's sound of frequency healing.
Oh, everything in the end is energy, which its vibration is frequency.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Everything in the end is a frequency.
It is everything. Words hold frequency. Symbols hold frequency. Light holds frequency. Food holds frequency. Illness holds frequency. Everything is frequency. And energy can't be destroyed. It can only be shifted, transmuted, transduced, and changed and shifted in a form. And that's part of the practice, is how to alchemize your own soul and bring the love back into your life and alchemize anything negative with mind control. And I teach some of these teachings with a program that most of us are connected to, called the Victimizer and Rescuer program. It's a psychological, energetic program that's connected to the earth grids. And so I teach people how to release these programs that cause constant mind looping. And the mind looping that can't escape your mind causes soul fragmentation. And then that causes some kind of karmic energy, and it boomerangs back where it's going to come back to you again, and you're going to have to fix this and heal it and transmute your energy and transform it to heal. And this is part of the ascension. And this is what I help people with: transformational integration soul coaching after a psychedelic experience, or even biospiritual. If people don't want to do sacred medicine, we do a different route of healing through the frequency devices and organic devices I use, along with detoxing wellness. I teach that. I guide that too. I'm not a doctor. I don't claim to be healing people. I guide people to heal themselves.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, through my own traumas that I've gone through. And my own healing.
we stand up and show people how we've healed ourselves, in hopes that some of the tools will resonate with them. So they can come along and pick up the tools and learn from us how to work them, and build their own bridge to their own healing. And we don't heal others, we heal ourselves, and we share that knowledge.
That's right. You beautifully said, because that is the true teaching of what we're supposed to be doing. We walk in the fire, we embody, and then we transmute and change and shift into spirit, and then share. That is our purpose. That's my purpose in life. This is school. Yep. All the knowledge that I've learned, all of the pain, all of it, I see it now as gifts. So there's gifts walking through this.
Yeah, and that's a hard part to walk through.
So hard. It's so painful.
Like to say, okay, I am grateful for my traumas. I am grateful for the pain I have lived in the past, because it has now given me those tools to use now and to help others, to show others so they can then help themselves. And finding that gratitude for that pain is, whew.
Yeah, and that's over. It's painful. Walking in it, it's so painful. I can't even tell you how many times I sat in my shower crying, snot everywhere. And it wash away your pain, wash it, cleanse it. It's very cleansing being in water. So I tend to release a lot in water, and some breath, and then also working in the realms. I work in that high frequency realm. I work in the 12th dimensional frequency. So it's pretty high up there, and to be able to see the gifts through the pain, that's when you release programming. You have an understanding that our parents, those generations, they had trauma too. They didn't know how to do it. They didn't know how to comfort us. They didn't know how to listen, how to embody feelings and emotions and sensations, and how to shift it and walk the path of empowerment. They only knew how to be the victimizer, or then be the rescuer. And so I have found these components to be very healing for people, and working with coaching, integration coaching, with that foundation of the deprogramming people, pretty much, and how to do that energetically. And because I've walked it, I've done it, it worked.
Yeah.
And I use medicine, but initially I didn't use medicine, so sacred medicine, but now I do. So, and it ebbs and flows. I've heard people start doing their medicine journey and then they stop and switch, so life is very fluid.
It is.
Especially in this matrix, and it's the whole, we make it what we want. When you have high frequency, you can manifest quicker too. We all need to manifest what our hearts desire. And that's part of sacred medicine. It pulls you to what your heart desires, doesn't it, Cindy?
Well, it helps to open your eyes to your true self. And, we, speaking from my own experience and my own self, I've spent a lifetime wearing masks because of my traumas, and, which led to my addictions, and et cetera, et cetera. And I find it even hard these days to not wear a mask. My first stage in learning and being my true self is just like, okay, when I'm home alone, that's when I can take them all off. There's nobody here to try and, tiptoe around their feelings or accommodate for them, or I can just be me for me. So I've spent the last, I'd say 6 to 8 months working on that, and sitting in observation of who is Cindy. Right. And it's incredibly healing and eye-opening to sit with yourself alone in silence and listen to yourself and say, okay, tell me who you are. Tell me what we should be doing. If I'm to speak to all of my parts, and if we can take the hurt and the fear and put it aside, who am I? And it has started to come out, and it's really beautiful. And then it takes courage. It takes courage, and it takes determination, and really confidence to say, okay, I'm ready to show the rest of the world. And that takes a lot. And that's the very hard part. It's one thing to open up to yourself, but then to turn around and say, okay, I know who I am now, and to put it out for the rest of the world to see it's a scary step. And we do that when we step into service. Okay, we've done some medicine, we've done some healing, we're working through it. We've heard a call that says, share your knowledge, share your tools, hold space for others. And we are discovering that as our true self. And now we've got to go put ourselves out there in a world that kind of looks at this stuff, like kind of goes, huh? Because we really are in the 3%. And I think I'm over exaggerating that 3%. We might be at 2% now, 2.5% of the human population follows this way, does this medicine, believes in this. And so it's a hard battle. We are walking uphill, and I think it's an incredibly important battle to have, and to have people with the true heart in it, truly wanting to help others is what is definitely needed in this industry.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. You're alone. We're alone. It's a lonely path being in shamanic medicine. It really is, because it's very unique, and it's a real honor to do it. But you give a lot. It's a very selfless type of service to humanity, and I'm never alone. I feel very guided, and I know you do too, or we wouldn't be here together. So finding communities that are similar in your beliefs, is finding those communities where you have a lot of love and a lot of support, and because it's growing, and the ones that truly hold the medicine so sacred in my eyes and have strong spiritual integrity and code of conduct and safety protocols in place are the ones that will be the leaders in this, that eventually could be the protocols for the future governments. We create the protocols for them, because where else are they going to go? Are we going to have government protocols? How are they going to know if they haven't walked this? Not only that, it's bringing in tribes. That's a big thing for me, is bringing in the ancestors of medicine, because tobacco was the first medicine, and I honor the different tribes and all the four directions of where all the different medicines come from, because of I'm a believer of the eagle and condor prophecy, and it's getting close to that prophecy has been fulfilled, but it extends from what I've been taught is 5 years out of the prophecy. So it extends out when the earth is woken up, and all the medicines come together, and each medicine holds its place too, and needed at specific times. I'm getting to know Wachuma very well. Wachuma is a beautiful medicine, and for your viewers, because you guys probably know this, your viewers probably know this too, the grandfather medicine. It's heart expansion. It's kind but bold. I just went through some really deep healing that brought, after I went through this traumatic pain. Wow. It humbled me, and it brought in, I had like a birthday, a spiritual birthday, and I heard the words. I heard it loud and clear. And what happened was, after this experience and releasing so much shame and guilt from me being the victimizer for a while in my life, I let go of the shame and forgave myself. And I woke up and heard, and I've never read the Bible ever in my entire existence, you guys. I heard Corinthians 43 in my ear, and I'm like, okay, what's sight? Because I have the clairaudient, clairsentient, clairvoyance. I have a lot of clairs, so I'm like, okay, let's go to Google. I looked it up, and 1543 Corinthians came in. It was about a death and a rebirth, and I knew I had arrived. And so it was a very significant moment, and it just happened recently. And so that embodiment, I can feel full love for people, and I don't have to do it myself. I let go of that programming. My program is ended, and so now I've stepped in full embodiment, and I can start walking side by side and guide in fullness.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's big responsibility, but I'm not scared. I feel I'm excited for the future. Yeah.
Steve, it's a good time, Steve.
Oh, hey, it's time for us to take a break, visit our sponsors, maybe smoke a joint if you want to. We'll take that little break right now. See you in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back here on the Mushy Moment, May 27th, 2025, with Marla B. Linder from the Bufo Healing Sanctuary.
That's right. Healing one life at a time, right?
You know what?
Guiding them to heal themselves.
Your story. I got a question about your story. You said the mushroom part was tough, and I got.
Oh God, man, Steve, that was okay. So my first experience was fantastic, and I was like in my 20s, and then I had another experience. I was probably I was still in my 20s, getting a couple years out, and then this last one, and that was okay. It was just okay. It wasn't the greatest. And then this one was so painful. So we had my second Bufo ceremony. He's like, okay, do you want to do shrooms? I'm like, sure. And I had some. My son's really cool. He's into psychedelics too. And so, in fact, I saw his grow tent on one of your advertising, and the soil too, the Fox Farm. So familiar with that's a great soil. So my son was there too when I had my bad mushroom trip. So what he did, we had I think it was is it golden ruler, golden teacher, yeah, and then penis envy. I think he might have mixed the two, and then he did it in lemon juice, so it would be 3.5 hours. Yeah, and so this is after Bufo, and I don't know, because so I did it, and I had a trash can in front of me for 3.5 hours. I thought it was
so. You did 3.5 grams combined.
No, I only did one. I just asked him. I said, "How much did I do?" And he's like, "About a gram." And I was really sick after.
But it's like half a gram of golden and half a gram of penis envies, correct? And then he lemon teched it, which makes it stronger. By the way, it helps it hit faster and stronger. Okay. And then you did it directly after 5. which you've probably learned by now, doing mushrooms after 5, mushrooms appear to be about twice as strong. So you've now taken your little 1 gram and turned it into 4.
So that was a heroic dose.
Almost, yeah. You were about the equivalent of a gram off of a heroic dose. Yeah.
I said to my son, I go, Jonas, you got to stop. He's like, Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm like, this is. And I did see the devil there, and I had a trash can. Nothing would come out. I'm like, I just want relief. I was in so much pain, and it could have been because of the candida in my gut.
Yeah,
it could have been that. So I'm like, oh gosh, and I felt so bad for him because, he's doing his experience too, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm having a bad trip. I'm dying here, and I couldn't leave the room because I couldn't even walk. Nothing would come out. Nothing. I couldn't even.
You're making me think of my combo experiences, right?
Oh my gosh. By the time I'm like, how much longer? How much longer? And then I'm like, okay, something's changing. Now I can walk. I can go outside. But it was I'm looking at the grass and I'm like, it was just not a comfortable feeling. The lemon juice, I can't do it ever again. But no, I did actually. What I did was I did microdosing. Microdosing. And that was okay, but if I did too much, then the stomach aches happened. And I did notice with Wachuma, because I did, each resin capsule has about 1,000 to 1,200 milligrams in each capsule, and I did 5. By the time I was getting off of my all day being in medicine with Wachuma, I started to feel a little bit tummy thing. I know it's clearing. I know it's healing it. So I stated I did Wachuma. I weaned into doing all of that because I needed to see what it was. Now I did also Changa. Have you done Changa?
I haven't had opportunity to do Changa yet.
Hey, Steve, you have?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I actually really did. I did it in Mexico, and the first time I did it, we were in the upper part of a hacienda, whatever you want to call it, but it had the windows open and the wind was going and there was trees around with the leaves going. And when I did it, I had no idea what to expect. I'd done mushrooms, I've done acid, I've done a lot of drugs and psychedelics in my lifetime, but I had no idea what to expect with it. And the first experience, I just went for the ride, but I recognized something. I was like, oh, my brain wanted to trace what it was I was recognizing. So the second time I went in an analytical mode rather than an experience mode. Mm-hmm. And what I realized is, as an audio guy, I look out for phasing. So you have microphones in wrong places, or if you want the effect of phasing, that sound, you do certain things for it. And what I found was with the wind going outside and the leaves and the waves and everything, as soon as I'd smoked it, I could hear the phasing. I recognized it was like, oh, that's the sound of phasing. So in my own concept, I was shifting my frequency, or the medicine was shifting my frequency, which is changing the phasing. When you shift that frequency, that's the phase sound, right? So I just noticed that, oh, this phases me to somewhere else. This is actually my frequency.
Yeah, it's shifting you to a different dimensional frequency band. And you felt it.
Oh, it was amazing, actually.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I like behind the scenes and how what's going on when you're in a different dimension. I love that, because we have all these different, like Changa brought me to elementals. I saw praying mantis were dancing around me. They were shaped, I knew they were praying mantis and they were yellow and they're dancing around me. And someone in a previous interview was like, what were they doing? And I'm like, they were doing some kind of etheric surgery to me, doing some healing on me. And that, from what I've learned, is those are elementals, praying mantis. We have these lineages of alien races or extraterrestrial races, whatever you want to call it, that are in these frequency bands. So when you're doing these psychedelics, we're seeing people see like clowns and jokers and things like that too. So, but I heard, I've only done Changa like 5 times, and it's never gotten back to the praying mantis, and I did like that. It was cool to see that. It was very, and depending on the music too, you feel the frequency of the music
People
bouncing.
have said they've been to that dimension with the mantis on NNDMT as well.
Yeah, because it's the Changa I have has the DMT in it. Yeah.
Yeah, the NN will definitely show you or allow you to see the entities.
And what was that at the end? Did you say
NDMT?
Oh, and yes, that's
it'll allow you. It'll open up that third eye, so you can actually see the entities that walk with you. It's incredible.
It's so true. It's like you don't know them because we're in a lower frequency band here on Earth, but we're on a rise. Consciousness is rising, so it is happening, and it's really amazing times where we're at.
I found
we picked great ones. We picked a great time in medicine, and we picked a great time through music as well through our lifetime.
Oh yeah, I agree. Absolutely. What were you saying, Cindy?
Oh, I was just going back to the NN. I usually see spirit animals when I partake, but now I'm onto the music realm with Steve here.
Yeah, music is really important for psychedelic.
It is. Yeah.
Each type of music holds its own. Like with ceremony and for Bufo, is very different than Changa. And same with like breath work is very different with. Breath is medicine too. So people that are no longer doing psychedelics or don't feel connection, then breath is a good medicine. And other modalities too. I just stumbled. I went to a 4-day retreat myself where it was so healing, and then it went into leadership skills and coaching too, and it was transformational, that breath work. It was.
Was it a Groff, one of the Groff's teachings, or?
It was, I went through Aurea, and I went through, they had a lot of speakers there, that are well connected to a lot of different things with ancient mystery schools. And one person that I feel very drawn to with the teachings, because I follow Keylontic science. I don't know if you've ever heard of Keylontic science, but Dr. Samuel Lee, he's in psychedelics. He's a psychiatrist. I think he worked in psychiatry or psychology. He has his PhD nonetheless, and we studied the same Keylontic science. So I knew that it would be my kind of crowd when he was supposed to be talking. So I went. This was in Austin.
What is Keylontic science?
Excuse me?
What is Keylontic science?
Keylontic science is the study of light, sound, frequency, codes, energy. It's also just the beginning of, that is just a portion of Keylontic science. These are teachings that were given to us from our original ancestors. These are hidden teachings of the galactics. This is, we're talking the Emerald Order. You've heard of the Emerald Tablets?
Yeah.
We're talking in that category of galactic history. We have electric wars. We have a lot of different galactics that are, you look out, use your own discernment with different councils and things like that. But we are getting to the point of disclosure here of a lot of things. In these teachings, we learn about sun lineages, because a lot of the tribes say we come from the sun, and this is sun lineages. And there are certain type of lineages called the indigos. And the indigos, I'm an indigo. And these teachings are not part of any type of, they're not New Age, because New Age teachings are kind of spiritual bypassing. They don't teach how to heal and go in. This is actual teaching you how to heal on your own with light, symbols, codes, frequency. It brings you into different visuals with meditations. And so this is actually bio-spiritual healing, because I've done it. it works. I do it. And so I teach it. And it resonates with people. It doesn't, so be it, right? To each their own. But that's what key logic science is all about, the history of our galactics and how ancient teachings of the Maharata. You've heard of Lionsgate Portal? You know the Sphinx in Egypt?
Yep.
That's Stargate 4. So we're talking stargates, we're talking portals, we're talking ascension codes, we're talking about human DNA. This is activation. This is what I study. It's all that. So I help people activate their DNA, their dormant DNA that was taken away from them. So there was a energy force that came in and recoded us. It scrambled our DNA so we couldn't get activated, but now we can with specific teachings. So that's what I do. That's one of my passions. This is who's my guides, part of the guides that are
Wow.
to this system.
It's really interesting. You had us both just sitting here watching and listening when you were explaining that.
Just listening to it can be activating. It's deep. It's complex. Some people need to, when they want to learn about it, you have to go kind of slow because it's complex. To actually comprehend the teachings is in itself activating. So where are you in your activation and everything? These teachings are the teachings, the original teachings. They're connected to the Essene tribes, the 12 tribes of it's called the Christus realignment mission. It's bringing our DNA back. It's teaching you how to have a Merkaba. You've heard of a Merkaba? It's your interdimensional. The Merkaba is your
Two words for me.
Yeah, Merkaba is your interdimensional travel system. It's how we can travel, because this is the study of consciousness as well. And so this is why I wanted to try Bufo, because I wanted to go interdimensional and see how it felt and compare my teachings with sacred medicine, and it's there with our ancestors too. And so there is your DNA is getting activated in sacred medicine, guaranteed. There's no doubt about it, and this is why people are healing through it. We're connected to the grid systems. We have a lot of grid systems in the earth, like ley lines and.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with sun activation on the DNA.
Yeah.
Between the eyes being an extense of the brain and the color activation of what it does within our body and the codes it tells for mitochondria and testosterone and the mechanics of how it works and putting it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're stepping into an area I'm not familiar with, but I will be soon.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I just went and did a massive TikTok live. One of my videos went viral. I had close to 150,000 people. It went viral, so now I can go live on TikTok and start my teaching. So I'm really
nice
about it. Yeah, because this is part of my leading is to share these teachings. They're all over the social media, these teachings. So I finally get to be able. I did teach a group or guide a group free about some of these teachings. We're connected in consciousness to different planetary systems and lineages, and
there is only oneness. We're connected to everything.
We're just connected.
Yeah, we're all connected. I hurt me, I hurt you. And this is why it's important to heal, because we love one another.
Yep.
Yeah. It's really important. And people, I had learned the hard way that people who have trauma, we have to, if we do coaching with them, integration coaching, it's going at it with a lot of love, a lot of kindness, because I was so stern with things, so I had to shift gears. I had to learn to be softer and kinder because I had it's a reflection of myself. I had to be kind and loving and forgiving of myself. I needed to do that first. He agrees.
Is that a little Frenchie?
Yeah, he's a Boston Terrier Pug mix.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll put him on. Hey, you want to come on? This is Enzo.
Hello, Enzo.
His photo was in the ad.
Yeah, he's a good dog. He's here. Look at that. It's hard because with working with Memorial, I work with people who have gone through a lot of loss with my Memorial jewelry business. There you go. So it's hard to detach from our animals, our loved ones, and rightfully so, because we're connected still in our fields. We'll always have a connection to them. So I don't talk about this with my customers. That heaven's right there. That's where I work. I work in that field, in that realm. So, but for your viewers to have a comfort in knowing that they're right there, it just takes time. What they want is you to heal so you can feel the frequency of them.
Yes. Yes.
Because if you're still in your own trauma, it's harder. Your frequency is lower, and so you won't be able to feel the energy as much. But you're deep in spirit. They're right there guiding you. And this is part of letting go of control. And medicine and healing does let you have some trust, have some faith. Let go of the control so you can be led. Our ancestors can see ahead. They want to guide you to your soul and what your soul needs.
Wow. Can I ask you about this one?
Sure. So sacred flower tokes came from my experience when I moved here to Texas. I was going through a trauma response, and I was in a really bad place emotionally. I had just lost my dog, another dog, and I was selling my house. I was worried about my finances. I was renting this house and then paying for another mortgage. And I was still working with another church that I was creating, and I was leaving that church too. And I was learning to focus on my boundaries with people. And so with everything in unison, I was using THC, but it was too many chemicals in the vape pen. And I was having a reaction, and I needed some kind of soothing, because we know this addiction is about self-soothing. And so I'm like, I want to do something that soothes. So, and I wanted it to be this, I'm like, I don't smoke cigarettes. And I was doing the THC, and I wanted to feel a level of euphoric. I wanted to have relief. So I created the sacred flower tokes and herbal blends of organic, non-GMO flowers and herbs to smoke instead. So they're pre-rolled. And I have over 25 different blends. It's now on Bufo Healing Sanctuary, all those tokes. So eventually I will phase out some websites. Got it? You got it? There you go. Oh, you got it. Okay.
So is this stuff that can be shipped? I mean, can we order some of this, some of these up here in Canada and have them shipped, or are they, do they have herbs that can't go over the border?
No, they're not psychoactive. They do have, Blue Lotus has a euphoric feeling, but they're not.
That can be shipped.
Yeah, they're not psychoactive. There's no THC. There's no cannabis in it either. And so it's all flowers and herbal blends, and they're pre-rolled. So and some are, so, and I wasn't sleeping well either. So when I started doing the tokes, I was getting relief, and I'm like, okay, it was just whatever chemicals in some of these vapes, aren't good for you.
No, they're not.
I'm going to do a vape, and it has to be the pure THC, which I do have and I use, but sometimes it causes anxiety with some people. So this was another way. And it also helps for quitting smoking too, like regular chemical cigarettes or regular chemical vapes too. So that's why I did this, to help. But there, there's risks involved with anything you put in your lungs out of smoke. So, I post that. People use their own discernment and what they need and what they want.
Yep.
Well, I love some of these. There's a place out in Vancouver where Steve lives, that they sell some, I think there's 5 different blends that they have. And I'm an ex-smoker. I haven't had a cigarette since good Lord 2012. No, earlier than that, 2009, I think.
Good for you.
Yeah, and that was I've been addicted to a lot of things. And it was one of the hardest ones to quit, to be honest. But I still love getting these, they look like a cigarette, but they have Blue Lotus or Amanita or some beautiful herb or flower that can be smoked and give benefit. And
right, see, that's the key. Is I wanted it to have benefits. Like mullein is good for the lungs, so you're like inhaling, So, and there's lavender. I do use some with a little bit of vanilla. There's peppermint. There's spearmint. There is chamomile. There's so many different blends that I have.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really excited. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have sacred flower tokes and what was that? Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm talking to him.
I
thought, but
yeah, I thought you were talking to the toad. It's funny you pointed that because when I moved here to Texas, like the second night a toad showed up. And my neighbors like, toads never show up here, and so it showed up 2 nights in a row, and then it went away and it showed up reading my door sign next to my little gnome I had, and then the next toad was at the front door waiting to come in.
Wow.
And then just recently, I'm like, gosh, I really miss my toads. I would like to see another toad. The next night I got my toad. So
one of my best friends bought a house very, very close to me. And she moved from like a 40-minute drive to like a 5-minute drive away. Right. And the first night that she moved in there that I went over to visit, there were toads in her driveway. And these are not toads that I can get any medicine from, but they're
right.
They look like little tiny miniature versions of bufo. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just a standard toad.
Yeah, it was just the cutest thing, and it was so cool to see the toads there when she was moving in.
It is. They're really cool. And I think that I spiritually, yeah, their DNA in us. They kind of recognize, oh, yeah. But we do have plant and animal DNA already in us. Even if we didn't do bufo, we have those markers in us. Same with nicotine.
Yep.
So it makes me wonder our DNA, what we're made of. We're made of.
Well, it was so easy to get everybody addicted to those Virginian chemical cigarettes, right?
That's the money maker for the companies. The monstrosity and what they want from us. Yeah, because in my studies we have humans are very special.
So I need to break in and do that producer thing again and say, hey, Steve.
Hey, it's that time. We're getting to the end of the show. I'm putting up right now, I've got the bufohealingsanctuary.com. Is there any last few things you want to say to people? Is this the best way for people to get a hold of you?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are interested in having a private ceremony, or we're going to be starting our group ceremonies, we go through a extensive prep and discovery call. And then we do integration after. If you're interested in you feel pulled to this medicine and want to do some deep healing, and not only sacred medicine, but energy medicine, and get to know, all the modalities that I offer, please contact me. I'd love to work with people that are wanting most definitely, and needing a shift. If they're feeling stuck in life and no direction and have some trauma. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for having me on the show. You guys are really cool.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Pleasure. Thank you for
And,
coming
and
on the
stick
show.
around. We'll have a chat after we end the closing credits and whatnot.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you, Cindy, for hanging out with me. Thank you, everybody else, for coming on and logging on and saying hi. We'll see you next week. Much love. Happy healing.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
And we were dealing with Mom and her Alzheimer's. It was a nightmare. She'd gone downhill to the point where she was belligerent, argumentative, constantly coming over every 5-10 minutes, and it was a bloody nightmare. That day she made my daughter cry, my son cry, pissed my ex-wife off to the point where she wouldn't go over there. I went over and she was nasty, and so I went back over and I looked at my wife and I said, fuck it, I'm going to give her a brownie just to shut her up so we can have some peace for an afternoon, right? And so I got the brownie out, and of course I'm huffing and puffing. I'm like, okay, calm down a minute here. You eat one of these brownies and it's knocking you out of your ass. This is your mom here, right? So I cut it in half, and then I thought again. I said, look, I'll cut it in quarters. I'll give her a quarter, and if I need to give her another quarter, I can give her another quarter. So I put a quarter in a bowl, a little scoop of ice cream, a little bit of chocolate sauce on it, and I took it over and I said, look, would you like a chocolate sundae? She's got her arms all crossed and she's just miserable. And when's my dad coming? I'm like, I don't know. Do you want a chocolate sundae or not? Yeah, fine, I'll have that. So I gave it to her and she scarfed it down. And I went back over about every 5-10 minutes or so just to check on her. And it took about 45 minutes to an hour for the first inklings to start to kick in. And I went over and she was sitting there like this, and she had just a little grin on her face. And I said, what are you doing? And she goes, watching TV. And I said, oh, good show. She goes, yeah. And she looked up and says, when's my dad coming to get me? And that would be the trigger. If I said, no, he's not, or I don't know. I said, I don't think he's coming today. He might come tomorrow. And she went, oh, okay. And I just went, are you all right? And she said, well, I feel a little giddy. And so I went, but you feel okay? And she said, yeah, I feel good. And I said, are you enjoying watching TV? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, would you like me to get you a drink? And she said, yeah. And she said, when are we having dinner? And I'm like, would you like to come over for dinner? Yeah, that'd be nice. And I'm like, I turn around and going, okay, I'm going to get a drink. And I'm like, holy shit, who is this lady?
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hi, Guy. What are you having for breakfast? Well, wait, don't talk yet. Wait till you get your mouth. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
A cold bagel.
Oh,
with
yes.
cheese. Well, I had to have something. I over meditated way too much last night. And well, because I have no cannabis, I have oil.
Right.
When you indulge in the oil, just a smidgen too much.
Smidgen too much, eh?
You'll wake
Now,
up
was that
very
because
groggy.
you were maybe watching or celebrating something last night?
Well, at first I was biting my fucking fingers off. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Springer decided to pop one out into the field.
Yeah. Yes, and for those who don't know, Al was talking about the seventh inning, or was it the eighth inning? Seventh inning.
I think it was the mid seventh.
Bottom of the seventh inning, and Jays came back from being down 3-1 to go up 4-3 to win the American League Championship Series and
Okay, I'm too
win the
too
World.
tired to get excited. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we we haven't watched. I haven't watched a lot of the Blue Jays this year, and one time we were avid Blue Jay fans, going all the time.
I used to watch with my mom.
Yeah.
When she was alive. She was a super fan,
Mm-hmm.
and when you do something your whole life with your parent and then they're gone, you don't want to do that anymore. So it's been that way for a number of years, but this is the first time that I have gone out and got a subscription to an event other than the Aussie thing,
right?
A sports event, and I've kind of become addicted. So who knows how I'll feel when regular play starts again? But
yeah. Well, once obviously the Blue Jays, though, that could be all over and done within a week's time. 4 straight. Right, 4 straight.
We can hope. Nothing
wrong with that.
What am I going to do after that?
well, on your Sportsnet thing, I'm assuming you got a Sportsnet subscription.
I got a month.
Did you?
Yes, I did. It's
so what's that worth offhand?
$33 and change.
Yeah, because I had somebody who sent me a message this morning wondering how they're going to watch the World Series.
Who was that?
A friend of mine.
Oh, a friend. Okay.
A fellow reporter, I will say. Former reporter. She's not retired. And she wanted to know how to watch the Blue Jay games and the World Series. So I made some suggestions to her. But I didn't know that you could do a month subscription on Sportsnet.
I'm not, I like to watch tennis. I don't mind baseball. I fall asleep with golf, but I don't mind golf.
Don't you get a sore neck watching tennis?
Tim Daly is fucking hilarious when you're watching golf. If he's playing, he don't give a shit. He'll walk right through a primetime game with a joint in his hand and a beer before he goes and hits the ball.
Yeah. So there was like I watched it. It was it was 1-1 when I started watching it, and then the next thing you knew, it was 2-1 and then 3-1.
Well, that's what happens during a game, Al. It grows.
I know. Well, it was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, and that was a nail biter.
Sure was.
Until, like I said, until George decided to whack one into the out and outfield and right into the bleachers, and it just the whole stadium just erupted. I know Mary Jane and Timmy were there.
I know that my sister-in-law and her son and family were there. They were down the first baseline somewhere. And
I don't know where anybody was. I know a few people that went.
I know that Cindy's daughter was at the game on Sunday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she went to the game Sunday. So, but yeah, there is an advantage. It's, believe me, to be there and all that cheering and all the energy and all that would be one thing. It'd be fantastic to experience. But what I would not enjoy was trying to get home.
Did you see the crowds?
Oh, just be massive. Yeah.
They were.
Yeah, I saw one picture I saw on the news.
I saw a clip of people coming out of the stadium in front of the CN Tower, that big open area.
Yeah.
And it was like a wave of people. Now, I was when the Argos won way back when, I went downtown with my sister and her boyfriend, and that was an experience like the same. I went to the Sky Dome when they opened up the Sky Dome when they came home. The Blue Jays came home in I was 97, was it? I think it was 97.
Well, the last they won the
35 years ago or 32 years ago or something.
32 years ago. So you're looking at 93.
I think it was 97 though. So I think it was 35 years ago.
Yeah, we'll just look it up. We'll just look it up.
I keep forgetting we can just look it up. It's not dial-up anymore, people.
That's right. That's right.
But yeah, no, it was. I'm looking forward. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself all week. I'm looking forward to Friday.
Yeah.
We'll obviously be watching the game in the background during the 420 show.
93.
93. Okay.
Yeah, 93. And the reason that sort of why I remember that is that was really hot time in sports in Toronto because Dougie Gilmore and the Leafs were hot. The Blue Jays were hot. Oh, and I won an all-Ontario championship for a hockey team.
Oh, cool.
I was involved with. I was coach of the team. So, it was a big sports time for me back then. So,
just a little,
yeah, just a little. So it's good to see them win last night and come back and do that, and look forward to watching.
Now, I know this is a sports thing, and we're not really at that point yet, but I just want to mention, did you know that Vladdy is the highest paid athlete in Major League Baseball?
They call him the $500 million man.
14 years, I think it was, or 17-year contract for Vladdy at 500 or some odd weird number that I'll never see, $1 million. I mean, he is the highest paid athlete in the world right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
and he fucking deserves it.
Does he? I haven't followed a lot of the Blue Jays over
Every
the last few
fucking
years,
game that I've
but
watched,
I know his name and
post-game.
I know he's the star of the team. So
I've watched every post game. Okay.
yeah,
So I don't know really what happened in the regular season, but every single fucking game gone when he needed.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Kirk
Thanks,
did the same thing. So did
Thanks,
Springer.
Scott.
You know, it was just I'm learning the names.
Well, Springer sprung last night,
Oh, fuck me.
and the place erupted. There's no
If he had not done that, we would not be talking about it right now with a happy face.
No.
I watched the
Well, you know, they might
presentation.
have. Yeah.
I watched
He's
the
the next
presentation
game.
after, and some of the Marlins stayed in the pen to see what was going on, and they were in tears and crying, and they couldn't believe it. And hands on
Yeah. Well,
shoulders.
they were, you know, what, 6 outs away.
They played a fucking good game. Man. They played a good
away.
series.
Yeah, the whole series.
So now, look out, Los Angeles.
That's right. So what are they going to do about game time? Being it's LA, what's in the past?
They're coming. I believe that it is in whatever time zone they're playing in.
Right.
So the Dodgers will be here first, from what I understand, and then I think for 2 games or 3 games. I don't know how that works, but we'll find out.
2-3-2, I believe is what.
Is it 2-3-2?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'll if the Jays win it, they'll win it in Los Angeles.
So
right?
we get
unless they of course they go to 7, right?
7th game, yeah. Well, I wasn't even sure this was even going to go 7 games after the Blue Jays were up outscored them 23-8 in the first 2 games.
I saw Timmy, Mary Jane's comedian, post that last week that at the beginning he said he posted, "I've got game 7 tickets and I'm going." Right? And I was like, "Yeah, sure you are, buddy. They're going to do it before then." And lo and behold, they went.
Yeah. My sister-in-law, she had tickets.
Was it? I know people buy them. Buy that 7th game because they hope it's cheaper, and they hope they're going to use it.
They hope they're going to use it. Yeah.
But it's a collector's item. I didn't find it when we were cleaning out my mom's stuff, but I'm sure that a long time ago, I should have a little. My mom had a roommate. She rented a room to somebody who was the liaison for all the sports and entertainment people at the Westin Hotel, where the Blue Jays and the Leafs stay. I believe they still stay there, or maybe not because of the Sky Dome. But this is many years ago, and they were out for lunch one day, and lo and behold, Ted and what's her name, the actress that he was married to.
I don't know. Ted who?
Ted Turner. Ted Turner. Yeah.
I can't. Yeah.
I can't remember. I can see her face.
Can you?
But anyways, they came over. It'll come to me. They came over and gave them 2 tickets on them because at the time Ted Turner owned the Braves, I think it was.
Yeah.
And they got to go to the game, to the winning game. On Ted Turner. So
good.
My mom was.
I don't imagine.
Was crazy.
Someone said something about $1,000 for tickets
this year.
Yeah.
Try between 3 and 6. Behind the home plate. Astronomical. Astronomical. That's why they put a cap on if you are a non-Canadian resident, you can't buy a ticket.
Yeah, to any of the games.
In the States as well, they did that.
Well, I know New York did that. That only certain locations could buy them.
It's to combat the outrageous prices that scalpers try and actually do. Because I'm telling you, if you're a Blue Jays fan and a scalper comes to you, I got a $6,000 ticket right behind the fucking plate. If I had $6,000, I'd be yeah, sure, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's the scalper price. But what's the price? Like, what's the regular price for you? Just get in line. Hopefully, you don't get a thing telling you that you're the 50th thousandth person in line to buy tickets.
If you buy a regular season ticket, they start at $19. And that's in the nosebleeds up in the 500s and that, right?
500s.
And so
that's not the playoff prices though.
Well, let's look
in the last series. It was $310 for a level 500 seat.
Hold on a second. I'm looking it up. Postseason tickets.
Drum roll, hang on, gotta find it. There we go.
Oh yeah, we have sound effects. Al's reaching out to the sound effects. Let's go to news.
Okay, you didn't get an answer. I thought you were going to come up with an answer.
Here we go. Here we go. $1,500 tickets, $10 soda, and a playoff run. I'm just looking here.
All right. Keep looking.
$250 for merchandise in some cases.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say the food is amazing at the Sky Dome, which I still call it. It'll always be the Sky Dome.
It'll always be the Sky Dome. It'll always be the Sky Dome.
Sorry, Rogers. I don't know why they changed it, but whatever.
Well, advertisers, man, advertisers.
Some people were getting game 6 for $200.
Yeah, no, that's not. What about from like Ticketmaster? Do they not sell Blue Jay tickets?
I'm sure they do.
I think that's where the guy on the radio said about the last series.
Where are we here? Major League Baseball. Let's see what they sell from Major League Baseball here.
Okay.
Buy a ticket. All right. World Series tickets. Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's loading up. I'm sure it's very busy.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but it doesn't give you any. You don't.
No, it's still loading. Almost there. It says.
Oh.
They're a little busy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, this
I got
is
the dates. I got the dates and everything.
I got the date, but you know what?
Right.
I have to sign in, and I have to join the queue, and it's on. This is Ticketmaster here. All right, let's join the queue.
View tickets. All right, here we go. Holy smokes!
This is still loading.
Oh, is it? Mine's not. Mine's not. I got mine right in front of me. Tickets are selling fast. It says. This is what I've got.
Yeah, it's not letting me log in. You've got a Ticketmaster account, obviously.
No. I'm at gotickets.com.
Oh, okay. So how much?
And how much? Okay, this is in US dollars.
Wow.
Okay. Section, well, 2 tickets. Section 526, $1,700 US.
So,
yeah, I know. Buying tickets. High, low. Here, actually, it's
so
price.
as much as you paid for a fucking concert ticket.
Okay, now I'm going back the other way. We got 40.
What did you pay for that concert ticket, Al?
The one that
fuck up.
that I went to in the spring there.
Yeah.
That was holy. That was $600 after they did all the fees and exchanges and stuff like that. Yeah. Here we go. I've got it right here. It says row 6, section 513.
That's nosebleed.
That's nosebleed. $171,963.
Excuse me?
Yeah, this is what it says. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen.
You know,
I think there's more to it than just that, though.
There were 2 major celebrities, Canadians,
Yeah.
that they kept showing during the games. One being Eugene Levy, who's an Uber fan, and of course, the biggest fan of them all, Geddy Lee from Rush, who, I don't know if you know this, Al, he has the largest baseball memorabilia collection almost in the world.
Oh, really?
He's got some balls and tickets and jerseys, and yeah, he has a whole museum set up in his home.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
What's this? Oh, wow. Holy fuck, eh?
Yeah, right there. $171,963, section 503. Now, section 110, there you go, $60,000 for 2 tickets. You will be seated together. That's
yeah. Fucking better be.
36,500.
That's behind the behind the
premium club seat.
That's behind I can see where the red mark is there. That's where you're looking, right?
Right. Yes. You see how it's moving around? Actually,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be.
So what is it directly behind home plate?
Okay, hang on.
13.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, there you go. 3 listings from.
So that's not bad. Obviously, I don't buy your tickets through Go Tickets.
Yeah, really. Eh?
Go to Ticketmaster like everybody else.
Well, that's what I googled, and it didn't give me it.
You'll find tickets if you want to go. You'll find tickets down on the floor down there when you're going around there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of scalpers out there. I'm sure there'll be some scalpers that get arrested too.
Go tickets. Now this is ticketsales.com, Rogers Center. Ticketsales.com, Rogers Centers. Los Angeles Dodgers at Toronto on October the 24th. Please wait while we load available tickets. Only 3 days until the event. We expect prices to rise.
No shit.
Buy now.
You know what? I don't think what was the last thing that I went to down there would have been at the Rogers Center. I can't remember. I hate the Rogers Center. It's a lot of walking.
Okay. I have got a different thing up here, and I'll share it. And this is through ticketsales.com. And there we go. Okay. You see the prices here, 2,500, 2,000, 2,000.
That's more reasonable.
2,900, 4,200, 1,600, 1,800. You
Those are
can see
more
that over
reasonable
here on the
prices.
left.
Yeah, more
Right.
reasonable.
$1,700. That's yeah. You can see the blue thing moving around there.
Yep, yep.
General admission, they got $1,700.
And those are 19 usually. General admission. They don't have general admission.
Yeah, I know. Includes fees. Oh, each ticket. So yeah, $1,800. So the other prices was double because it had 2 tickets. This is 18 a piece. So for this 500 level, for you and your friend to go, it's going to cost you $3,600 plus your taxes and whatever else they slam at you.
No thanks. I don't think I'll ever go to a game again, just because it's you get there and the excitement builds and then it builds and then you watch the game and then you have to leave and you're like,
Yeah.
you know.
So yeah, if you're going to go to the next game, it's going to cost you some money.
I used to hate leaving Budweiser stage down and Ontario Place, because my God, you get 27,000 drunk people that want to go home, and they hop curbs and
oh yeah, excited, exuberated fans can be the same way.
Excited and exuberated. That's pretty high end there.
That's right. All righty. Well, shall we move on? We've been half an hour.
No, I think we're done. Say good night.
Okay, we will move on to this then.
It's certainly high on the list.
I have to pull this up now. Let's see if this works. Oh, okay. I'm experiencing a lot of pain today.
Are you? Is it the bagel?
No, it's the weather. It's been raining all night. So for that reason, just a second, everything's running on its own here. It's running wild. It's running wild. Stop moving around.
The computer's taking over.
Oh, they've been taking over for years, Al.
Oh, yeah, I know.
All right.
See
So
more of it lately.
I thought today, because I woke up in a lot of pain today, I thought that we would find out five things about fibromyalgia, which is in the news a lot lately. Now, one thing that I know about fibromyalgia is most people think it's women who get fibromyalgia. They call fibromyalgia for men chronic pain.
Okay.
My doctor says that's not the case, but it's what I've seen. So anyways, let's watch this and then we'll talk about it.
Fibromyalgia flares can be unpredictable and overwhelming, but understanding what triggers them can make a real difference. Here are 5 common causes of fibromyalgia flares. First, weather changes are a big factor. Shifts from warm to cold, sudden drops in barometric pressure, or low humidity can all make symptoms worse. Second, stress is a major trigger. It can intensify pain and fatigue, making flare-ups more likely. Finding ways to relax and manage stress, like yoga or prioritizing self-care, can help. Third, overexertion is a common cause. On good days, it's tempting to do more, but pushing too hard can lead to a flare. Pacing yourself is important, even when you feel well. Fourth, lack of adequate sleep can set off symptoms. Many people with fibromyalgia struggle with sleep, so focusing on restful, restorative sleep is key. Finally, changes in medications can sometimes trigger flares. Always consult your doctor before making adjustments.
There you go.
I didn't hear a thing.
Oh, didn't you?
No.
Oh, I heard you ask if I could hear it. I could hear it. I heard the whole
Good.
thing.
As long as everybody else could hear it, that's fine. I already watched it.
Yeah. It talked about the heat and cold.
which is what I experience, unfortunately, up here. You know, it's hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold here. 1 minute it's raining, the next minute it's going to be snowing. So yeah, it doesn't help that I don't have any cannabis ready yet.
Oh, yes, that's right. And how is that? How's
It
things
is. I'm enjoying watching it grow.
going?
They're out in the greenhouse, all speaking, and I've been, you know, I've talked with you, I've talked with the guys on my show, Marcel and Darcy and Mary Jane about it, and I've read some articles about frost, and you know, it's frost season.
Oh, yeah.
Going into frost season. But you know, a lot of the articles and a lot of the comments that I read is they need that. It's part of the growing process. As it gets closer to harvest time, they're very used to experiencing frost and snow and stuff like that. It is a weed after all.
I like to call it a herb.
But it is, I mean, essentially it is a weed.
Oh, that's what they call it.
Let's debate, shall we?
But you know, okay, no, that works for strains grown here, but you know, cannabis grown in Jamaica or Mexico or other countries like that don't have any frost.
Right,
But,
and they also have longer sun time, and
yeah,
you know.
I took some pictures of when the frost hit, the first frost hit here of the buds, and it looked really frosty. And then I got hit with a harder frost like 2 days later, and I could see it in the plants. Like, it's not all the plants. One particular strain, I could see that.
Yeah, I was just going to say it depends. I'm learning that it depends on the strain, and some are more hardy. For instance, I started one skunk, number one, from seed. I started it before I left to go to Toronto.
Wow, that was a while back.
It's still in the greenhouse, and it's very slow. I have one that I didn't have a place for it, and
Right.
so I just put it in a bucket, and it's sitting out on the lawn. Okay, it's this big.
Oh,
okay. It was a top of that plant.
Okay.
It's
And you
this
cloned
big.
it.
And no, I put it in a pot and left it outside. It's still sitting outside. It's only grown an inch. Okay. And it's just sitting there. It's happy. It's green. It's just sitting out in the open air, but it's not going to make it through the winter, obviously.
Obviously not.
But this was just a science experiment, so to speak.
Right. So yeah, as far as the fibro end, I know some people who suffer from it, just bumping into them.
Dude, banging something off of your finger.
Yeah.
Stubbing a toe. The pain is tenfold for somebody who doesn't have neuro issues or other pain related things going on. It makes things. There's days when, and I've been suffering from this for a long time. There's days when as you know, I cannot even move.
Yeah.
You know,
that's when I get the message. Hey, Al.
Yeah. That's the morning message. Yeah. Can't do it. Sorry, buddy. But today, you know, I've been over medicating, so I think the entourage effect has kicked in, and I'm hoping that it will keep going for the day at least.
Now you notice, I don't know if you noticed or not, but I didn't play the segment what are you smoking? Because you had mentioned that you weren't smoking anything you were doing oil. So I thought, okay, he's not smoking.
Please. Yeah, let's not talk about that.
All right. So I can tell you what I'm not smoking. I'm not
tell you what I'm going to be smoking in another couple of weeks.
I'm not smoking that vape cartridge, which is 2/3 full with a full battery. Oh, maybe I might remember where it is now.
Oh, you forgot it.
I lost like my last one. But I think I just remembered. I've checked everywhere. I've gone through my
have you looked at couch pillows and
look, all like look. How about we play a song and I'll come back and see if it's
okay. Who are we listening to today?
We got I got Dr. High in front of me here.
He's been putting out a lot of new stuff lately.
Okay, here we go. I think we played that one last. Okay, now we'll do this one. Okay, all right, we'll be right back. Gonna watch some Moonshine and Mary Jane by Dr. High. You can find him at Dr. High Music on
Toodles.
The ones who run the fire and the ones who burn the fuel. Granddaddy ran whiskey through the Georgia pines. Joints made them thick as vines. Me, I got both running through my veins. Born to be wild, got that outlaw name. Back road smoke and flask in my hand. Kicking up dust, I don't need no plan. Pass me that blunt, pour me that shine. We gon' be outlaws till the end of time. We don't sip slow, we don't puff light. Pour it up strong, roll it up right. A little too high, a little too drunk. Feel that we live in life, we don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left, and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. I ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Blue lights flash, they're trying to chase me down. Man, I'm pedal to the floor, I ain't slowing now. Hide the stash, ditch the jar. Keep my boots running till I'm out this town. Back at the bar, we still going strong. Smoke in the air, whiskey in my song. The preacher said I need to change my ways. Told him I'll pray, but not today. We don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left, and Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. Smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Raise your jars, raise your joints. Here's to the rebels, here's to the noise. Here's to the ones who ain't afraid to live. Take a sip, take a hit, and let's do it again. Smoking on the trees, ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice.
There you go.
Wow.
Moonshine and Mary Jane by Dr. Hahn.
Yeah, man.
All right. Good news. I found it.
Was it in a pillow?
No, I was charging it and I put it in a window ledge where I didn't see it. I went through my coats and my hoodies.
So it was right in front of you.
Yeah, basically, just out of sight. Sort of. All righty. From that, where are we going to next? Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Come here, baby. Moses' nose is poking around.
Is poking around.
It was her face was just kind of poking around the door, looking at me. Come here, baby.
Oh.
Rose, come over here and lay down, please. Hey.
All righty. I've got some recipes.
Lay down.
And we'll start with this one right here. Okay. Once again, this is coming to me from CannabisSherry.com. And just in time for the World Series, a 420 party Chex Mix recipe. So you can fill up your bowl full of Chex Mix and have the munchies. Okay. Scroll down to the bottom where it is. So for equipment wise, for this, you need an oven. Right?
You gonna pull this up?
Yeah.
I'll pull it up for you.
All right. You can pull it up. All right. So you need an oven. As far as ingredients, you need 3 cups of Chex cereal, 1 cup of bite-sized cheddar crackers, 1 cup of thin pretzel sticks, 1 cup of roasted peanuts, 1/4 cup of cannabis infused butter, melted or olive oil will work at room temperature, 2 tablespoons of Worcester sauce, 1 teaspoon of seasoned salt, 3/4 of a teaspoon of garlic powder, and 3/4 teaspoon of onion powder, and 1/8 of a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. That's optional if you want.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Yeah. Preheat the oven to 250 degrees. Combine cereal, crackers, pretzels, and peanuts in a large bowl and stir to mix. Spread on a large baking sheet. If using butter, melt on the stovetop over low heat or in the microwave. Combine the melted cannabis butter or oil with the Worcestershire sauce. Season salt, garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne pepper, and whisk to mix. Pour over the mixture on a baking pan and stir to coat the ingredients well. Bake for 50 minutes, stirring every 10 to 15 minutes.
Wait a minute. Bake for how long? And then
yeah, I know. I was going to question that as well when I got there. I don't want to question Cannabis Sherry on her thing, but yeah, it said 50 minutes. Yeah.
Every 10 to 15 minutes, during that 50 minutes, you will stir it. That's what it is. So you have to pull it out every 10 to 15 minutes and stir.
Oh, stirring every 10 to 15, yeah. But I just wonder why 50 minutes. So
I don't know. Let's ask her.
Okay. I just
I've known Sherry
now.
for years.
Just so you know, the dose is only a suggestion, so you can always add more to it or less.
It's like the meatballs I tried to cook last night, Al. I bought a bag of the bulk $10 bag of Italian meatballs.
Yeah.
It said 20 minutes at 359, and they were hard as rock in the air from the air fryer.
That's not good.
No. We'll try again today. That looked yummy. I've had that before. Somebody made that. One of the vendors at the lounge made that. Can't remember who.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna put a comment in here. Chex Mix.
Recipe. Might even have had Sherry's. I don't know. She's in the States, isn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she is. Yeah.
All right. Click.
Although I
Paste.
think I have met her because she's
Oh.
been at one of the events or several of the events over the years.
Oh yeah. Okay. What do we got? What else do I got here for recipes? One more. And I haven't
Another
heard you
one.
complain. I haven't heard you complain about these.
Peanut butter.
Not that I know of.
Oh.
But here you go. From Cannabis Sherry again. Weave donuts, recipes for Canadian style cannabis beaver tails. What do you think of that?
I don't know. Let's keep going.
All right, here we go. To the information on the recipe.
They look
So
yummy.
here we go. You can use this for breakfast, brunch, or dessert. Okay. Ingredients for the dough. You need a quarter cup of warm water, 1 package of active dry yeast, half a cup of warmed milk, 2 tablespoons of cannabis infused butter, 2 tablespoons of granulated sugar, half a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of vanilla extract, 1 large egg, 2 3/4 cups of all-purpose flour, and about 3/4 of a cup or 3/4 cups. Oh, no, sorry, let's get that right, Al. 3 cups of vegetable oil for frying. Toppings: 3/4 cup of granulated sugar and 1 tablespoon of brown sugar. Stir together.
A lot of sugar.
Yeah. Stir together the warm water, warm milk, yeast, and 1 teaspoon of sugar in the bowl of a stand mixer.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What's a teaspoon?
1 teaspoon.
What's a teaspoon?
A teeny, tiny spoon.
Oh, okay.
Let it sit for 10 minutes or until foamy. Stir in the melted cannabis butter, sugar, salt, vanilla, and egg with the dough. Hook on the mixer. Add flour and mix until the dough comes together and no longer sticks to the sides of the bowl. Increase mixer speed to knead the dough for about 5 minutes until the dough is smooth and elastic. If dough is sticky, add a little extra flour. Now transfer the dough to a lightly oiled bowl and cover with a clean kitchen towel. Let it rise until doubled in size. They say it takes about an hour. Now punch down dough, right? Needling it, we call it, I think, and transfer to a lightly floured surface. Cut into 8 equal-sized pieces and shape each piece into an oblong. Flatten a rolling pin to use a rolling pin to flatten and roll out each piece of dough into an oval. Use a knife to score a crisscross pattern on top of the dough and transfer the donuts to a lightly flavored baking sheet. Cover with a kitchen towel and let it rise for 30 minutes. Now mix the sugar and the cinnamon together in a large bowl. Set it aside. Add about 2 inches of oil to a large skillet and heat to 350 degrees or until a small bit of dough dropped in the oil floats to the surface, sizzling. Keep an eye on the oil during the cooking process and be sure to lower the temperature if you see it smoking. Fry beaver tails for about 30 seconds per side or until golden brown. Remove the bowl and cinnamon, sugar, and turn to coat. Serve it immediately. There you go. Beaver tails.
Beaver tails.
Beaver tails. Okay.
Sounds like something you'd get at Tim Hortons.
Does it? Okay. I've only had 1 beaver tail. Do they use that as 2 words or is it 1 word?
Beaver tail, 1 word, I believe. Oh no, 2
words. Yeah.
So you're loading that, are you? I'm going to show you
Yes.
something.
I am going to take that off the screen.
While you're loading your whatever you're loading.
I'm putting the recipe in the
This is while you're doing that.
Yeah.
This is my latest visitor.
Oh, he doesn't even have tags.
Yesterday, no, this is not 2 tags, not Tony. Yesterday I was making lunch and I looked out the window and lo and behold, this young feller was just literally sitting in my neighbor's driveway eating some garbage. And he was there I watched him for about 20 minutes. You'll see all the different pictures that I've got here. It was interesting sometimes he was just laying there. But I pulled out the camera and as you can see, I took some pictures.
Yeah.
And then he noticed me.
What are you doing? Stop staring at me. Get
Yep,
that
that's
out of my
exactly what he
face.
was saying. And then eventually he really noticed me and started walking towards me. And he was about 30 feet away, maybe.
Oh.
And well, no, it was across the street. So, maybe 100 feet away.
Right. Okay.
But he started, or she, I don't know what it was, started coming towards me and got to the edge of the house. So he got bear banged and ran back into the woods.
Oh yeah. Did anybody visit the cage on wheels?
I was just going to say the cage that I posted there.
Yeah.
Tony two tags is a larger bear who has 2 tags in his ears. He's been let me get rid of this here. He's been not been seen for a couple of weeks, but the trap that was set up beside my house, apparently my neighbor was monitoring it, so that he saw Tony get up into the trap, with his feet hanging out the back end, eating the food and not triggering the trap. Then he slinked his way out of it and walked right past it into my yard and sat there and ate what he was eating. While that was going on, a young mom and her cub got up into the trap and triggered it. So instead of catching Tony, they caught and relocated a mom and a cub. But now nobody has seen Tony in, like I said, about a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh.
Since I haven't seen him since he was in my yard, but he disappears now and then anyways.
Sure.
We've got
travel, right?
We've got bears here in town to the point where, and I've mentioned this before, walking out of the grocery store, you could walk into a bear.
You sent me the picture of the bear walking through the town. Like, what?
Yeah. They are everywhere.
I'll keep my deer. You can have your bear.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You get a lot of deer.
I know my deer run the opposite direction than me when they don't like what they see.
The deer at the farm used to just walk right up to my front door.
Yeah.
And because I would put bird seed out and they would come and eat that with the birds. And I have pictures from the farm where there's 2 or 3 different kinds of birds and deer sitting there eating in the morning, like 5 feet from my front door.
Yeah. Gail sent me a message this morning about the deer outside the window at our daughter's place.
This morning?
Yeah, this morning. Yeah. She was there dealing with the grandkids, and there was the deer and the baby right outside the window. So this morning I was out in the field, just out for a walk, and there's deer over there as well. Last night after dinner, before sunset.
We've got a lot of young cubs that are parentless roaming around.
Yeah.
Generally, the rule of thumb, I've been told by the bear wise people, the rule of thumb is they will not capture a mama if the babies aren't with it.
Oh,
But now, the last week or so, we've been getting reports of little guys running around town mummyless. So obviously their moms have been captured and removed. Now, this guy, Tony, has been captured twice and come back twice.
Yeah.
And when they relocate these bears, they take them 150, 160 kilometers away. And they come back.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? With Tony, especially with Tony.
Like, yeah, he's been relocated twice, I was told. So,
all right, we shall move on as I got the next segment covered. Here we go. Today, I have got some rosin that was sent to me by my friend Rob out west. I've had his product on the show before. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably.
Oh, ow!
Oh, it's.
Did it roll under the desk?
No, we're good. We're good. I got it all. It's
remember that time when you were rolling a doobie with the last bit of weed you had and you dropped it on the floor?
Yeah. Okay, so this stuff, like I said, it's rosin, grown in a non-till organic garden. And it's a nice light color.
I saw that, yeah, before you dropped it.
Before I dropped it, yeah. So I'm just loading some right now into my Shadowizer with its new ceramic.
It's a Shadowizer kind of day.
It is. All righty. I'll load it up. New tip on the Shadowizer.
Do you use
I've tried this.
Do you like to use a new cartridge every time you change up a strain?
No, not all the time.
Yeah, me too.
This one, yes, because I wanted to make sure that was all that was in it, right?
At first, anyways. Smoke's nice.
Yeah. Tastes good as well. Bit of a pepper taste too there as well. Nice and clean. I can taste it on my tongue.
Weed beaver tails, something you'd find in the 70s. Sorry, that was rude.
All righty. Well, I'm sorry that you can't get it in the store and try it. But it's really good. It's not like a fruity tasting product. It's got a bit of a zing taste to it. It's too bad you can't try it. But you never know. Maybe Buddy someday will get to that point where you can sell it in the stores, but I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That touches a subject that should be brought up. I mean,
what's that?
Patients are allowed to share with patients.
Yeah.
You're even allowed to get remunerated for it, cost-wise. But you'll never see products like that from a patient. I guess you might.
No,
there have been some patients that have taken their products into the legal market, right?
Oh yeah. Some people have made the jump.
Like for instance, Thompson Caribou.
Yeah.
They were huge in the concentrates world.
Big time. Beard Brothers too.
Pardon?
Beard Brothers as well.
Yes, both who have won many awards for their products, and they're gone. I mean, Beard Brothers is still around, but they are a legacy company. Unlike Thompson Caribou was bought by a legal entity, and their products are now being marketed as something else, not Thompson Caribou, right? But I miss those were the first concentrates that I tasted. I think a lot of us, those were the first concentrates that they tasted.
Oh, George, my breath back.
This is Al reviewing a strain.
Like I said, it's got the best of a kick. All right. Well, it's yummy. It's very light colored, like I said. Lots of flavor, lots of taste. And as usual, make you cough. You got anything to say before I go on to the next subject? I don't think so, but
no.
No. Okay. All right. Yeah. So there you go. Black lime. If you're seeing black lime rosin in stores, give it a try. But this is a friend of mine. He grows it himself, like I said, in his living organic garden, no till. And
have you squished any of yours? Yeah.
No, not yet. I'm still harvesting.
Are you going to try and do some live resin?
I'm more worried about getting it all off before winter gets here. So, but I am looking at trying to maintain some that I can.
You got all winter. So
yeah, exactly. So, all right.
You probably have stuff from several years ago still.
I do.
I don't. I smoke it all.
hey, well, here's a perfect example. This package, brand new, not even opened yet. I've had this for a year and a half. I got this at Can Expo as a sample.
Oh.
Yeah, that just shows you how long that is. And now I've got some cannabis still from my last indoor garden, which was 2022. Not much, but it's still there.
That's what you have left.
Huh?
That's what you have left of it.
Of this particular strain, this Bubba Gelato.
Ooh, that would be nice. I like Bubba.
Yeah,
I like gelato.
I had a puff of that with some friends a few weeks ago, and I said, "Would you know that was grown in 2022?" And they said, "What?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Well, boy, it still tastes really good." And I said, "Well, there you go."
I'm looking forward to trying. I've got some Gaslight and the Skunk and Pineapple Fizz or Fuzz or whatever it's called. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying those.
Yeah, good. All right. Anything else before we move on? All right, on we move.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
I will tell you if the spot closes off.
Are you lagging, Al?
No, it was a tab. Just wasn't doing its thing. All right. So I've only got one news story today. And that is because this one just doesn't make sense to me. But it happens. Okay. La Crosse County Board. I'm not sure where La Crosse is.
Now they say that they approved a major change to the local ordinance requiring cannabis possession, significantly reducing the financial penalty of those caught with small amounts. Under the old provisions, anybody caught with 25 grams or less of cannabis faced $100 fine plus court costs. Now it's $1.
Where is this, in Canada or in the States?
I'm not sure where.
Probably in the States.
Low Crows can. I'm gonna say States. Yeah,
Because
$1.
it's 28 grams here. So
why even have a law?
I know.
To charge someone $1
just to make money.
Like $1.
Yes.
They wouldn't have the court costs if they didn't have the silly fine of $1.
Well, you know who you have to talk to about that.
Yeah, they say it doesn't make it legal. It just lowers the burden. We could lower the burden by removing the law. Let's see. They say that several of the board members opposed the change, warning that lowering the fine might send the wrong message to the public.
Sure, it will. Yeah. Sure, it will. But it shouldn't be there in the first place. So,
critics of the ordinance also raised the long-standing debate over whether cannabis possession acts as a gateway to more serious drug use and community issues.
Drugs are bad.
Yeah, that connection's been debunked. Let's see.
They're trying it again now with all this cannabis hypermesis syndrome, or what is it called? Cannabis dependency, or whatever it is. They're pushing that as well.
Well, it's not only that they're only collecting $1, but in the end, that $1 can cost them every day of their lives because they have a criminal record.
Yes.
They may not be able to get loans. They may not be able to rent a place. Who knows? Might not be able to get a job because they got a fine for $1 for cannabis. So even though it's only $1, it costs much more, I would say.
Well, they call that part of the punishment.
Yeah. Punishment for what? What are you being punished for? You're trying to, your patient's trying to get better. So, all right. You got anything in news that you wanted to bring up?
I think I did, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay. I was thinking you had something there ready that you had picked out in the chat. But if not,
I'm looking. Well, this isn't news. This is about Haley, and let's see what else we got here.
Oh yeah. Well, that's good news.
That kind of news, yeah.
That's good news.
All right. Well, this is Cheryl T. Rose, Haley Rose's mom. Haley Rose is one of Canada's cannabis kids, who's now in her 30s. And
was sent home when she was 16 and said, "Enjoy your last Christmas."
To die. Yeah.
Here we are now.
Cheryl has been diligently over the years compiling research that she's been doing with Haley and their doctors. And she presented some things to Health Canada a few weeks ago, and they have said, you go ahead and do trials.
Yeah, what she was doing, she had applied for a license for Haley for 10,000 seeds. And she had the backing of not only her doctors, but also the university that she has been dealing with when it comes to these research and learning and education and all this stuff that she's been working with people. And with all that backing and that demand, they sent back, as you said, that they want her to apply for a research license.
And that way, that's all documented. All of it. And it's got to deal with microgreens, microgreen cannabis. And that's growing a cannabis this big, like the first set of leaves, 2 sets of leaves, and that's it. That's the whole thing. So Haley requires 10,000 a month in order to be able to deal
So
with
you're
her
not
health.
growing the whole plant. You're just growing until it pops up, basically.
Basically, yeah. That's all microgreens are, this big.
And then you snip them up, grind them up, and ingest them.
Oh, well, the microgreens I use myself, anyways, I haven't done cannabis ones, but the ones that I do, I just throw them on that's whole.
Burgers,
stem and
whatever.
all,
Yeah.
throw them right on my rice or in my salad and stuff like that. You can get radish microgreens, and it'll add a bit of a zing to everything that you eat.
So, but my
It's only this
question
big.
is wouldn't you benefit from eating more?
Yeah, and that's why she needs 10,000.
No, but I mean, you're talking microgreens. So you want
it's got to do with
a whole bowl of 1-inch plants chopped up.
Yeah.
Now, do they include the stem and everything and the roots?
Yeah, it's all the stem and leaves. It'd be part of the microgreen end of things. Now, the reason behind it, and it's because of the nutrients that are in the plant at that time, like the acids and things like that.
Yeah.
That are,
I think it's about
that
the
are in the plant. There's some
amino acids. Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Amino acids.
and they are, basically, bang, they're ready to go, and they're at the strongest.
So is there a point where a cutoff point where
you wouldn't consider it a microgreen?
Yeah.
Probably this big.
3 inches.
Probably a few sets of leaves. I can see where you got your first set that come off right at the beginning, and then that second set by then, like you're looking at 14 days, if that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I know that microdosing is a big thing, not just for mushrooms now. You can get microgreens of not just cannabis, like you said, radishes and
kelp, or all
lettuce, things like that.
Yeah, you can get things called the microgreen salad.
Yeah, which is just little guys.
Yeah, a bunch of little guys of all different kinds of things that you would have normally in your salad, cabbage and things like that, and you just throw them in your tray and you put them under your lights and keep them moist, and a week later,
You're not allowed to say that word, Al.
And they're ready to go.
You're not allowed to say the word moist anymore, Al.
Oh, well, you got to keep your soil or your mat moist, because if it's not, it's dry and your plant's gonna die. So
you made a rhyme and you did 9.
That's right. All right, it's time for us to move on to more. All right. Yay! Yes. Blue Jays, as we talked at the beginning of the show, they are off to the World Series.
They are.
Yeah. Yeah.
How are the Leafs doing?
Who?
The Leafs. The one thing that I thought that was fucking amazing. All right, on the first game of the year, at where they play now at the Scotia.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Maple Leaf Gardens. The first game of the year at the Scotia, which was last week, they played at the same time that the Jays were playing. But what they did was the game ended. They put the Jays up on the Jumbotron.
Oh, there you go.
People stayed and watched the rest of the game. And That was when they won the pennant, I guess, right?
The Rugby World Series, yeah.
No, this was the game that brought them into this series.
Oh, okay. So like in the American League Championship Series.
Correct. The pennant.
Yeah.
Which
now, they said
won.
that
They won.
There was 45,000 people. The home run was 381 feet. Now
that was
Now remember there was a time back in the day the home run that was heard around the world. And that was done
Joe
by
Carter.
That's right, exactly. And they said that this seventh inning drive that we watched last night. Thank you, by the way. Reminded of these people at Sportsnet that of the days of Joe Carter, Ed Sprague, Roberto Alomar, Jose Batista. Yeah, going back years, right?
That was a game. I mean, this series coming up is going to be as exciting, if not more exciting, than that game back then. But there was a time when Roberto Alomar and Joe Carter and Cito Gaston and all of those names, they were huge. One of those guys, I can't remember who it is now with the Jays I believe on the training team or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They some of the players from the past years, they do end up in management positions.
I think Cito Gaston is involved with the Jays still, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
he may be dead for all I know.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What else to say here? They say with the base open, the Mariners opted to pitch to Springer, which they did, right?
Oh yes.
And they said what they describe him here as. He says he continued to grind even though he looked like someone trying to hit on a right knee that had been struck by a 95.
He got hit good the other day. He got hit right in the knee.
Yeah, 3 days earlier. 96 miles an hour in the knee. Like, holy shit.
Directly into the knee.
Yeah.
And like no pad. And he actually buckled 2 games ago. Went down while he was at bat and went down, and he went down a few times coming down on that knee. So I mean, there was a good chance that he was not going to be able to play.
Yeah. And afterwards, they were doing the interviews and stuff. Did you see the spot when they were talking to Schneider and the coach there?
Oh, you swearing.
And he says, never count us out. I've said to you guys, it's almost unbelievable at times, but right now it's pretty fucking believable.
He swore on national TV.
Oh yeah, twice.
and then when they went to the break in between the game and the ceremony, they put up there may be foul language used. Viewer discretion is advised just before they come out of the commercial.
Yeah, because there's another guy. As soon as they didn't walk him to me, they were fucked. Karma always collects.
Yeah.
That was his 4th home run of the postseason, 23rd of his career in the playoffs.
Who's Springer?
Yeah.
He liked one of my posts on Facebook the day before.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah.
I was tagging the Jays a lot.
And then some of the starters came in later in the game. Yep. Everybody was available to pitch other than one guy, they said. And that was the guy I think who started the night before.
I can't pronounce his name.
One of the guys?
Yaseva or something like that.
Yeah. Where was it? Guzman.
Kevin Guzman.
Oh, Guzman. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. He pitched a scoreless seventh.
I'm surprised they brought Bieber in to start, to be honest.
Really?
Yep. But
no, I don't know much about this year's team because I didn't follow them, right? I'm one of these guys who just jumped on the bandwagon this time.
Yeah.
So,
that one kid there, 22 years old, first time in any kind of series like this, and he did really well. I can't remember his name. That's not.
There was a young guy who started the last series.
The pitcher.
Yeah, the pitcher. Yeah, correct.
22 years old.
Yeah, and he smoked the Yankees. Now also Guerrero there. Yeah. He won a trophy last night too. Most valuable player.
MVP.
Yeah, MVP.
That's Mr. 500 million.
500 million.
That's what 500 million get you.
Well, and it was good. It was nice to see where they. Oh, actually, before I started to watch the game, and we were watching it with Plan B, and
yeah, I saw that. I looked at it, and that's why I said blah 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 blah. But anyway, all right, no, I can't watch that.
They actually showed old footage of him. Like he was like 5 years old or something, 6 years old, running around all the Blue Jay players because his dad played for the team, right?
Yeah, his dad was Vladimir Senior.
Senior, correct. Yeah. So he was there. So he grew up.
He has a very strong accent for somebody who was born in Canada. But I believe they moved and then came back.
Yeah, and then with his parents and stuff.
But he was born here in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about it yesterday.
So Blue Jays off to the World Series.
Who?
Okay. From sports, we're moving on to. All right.
You really need to redo those, Al. I'm working on it.
Yeah, we missed that on a dinner last weekend. I had it sent to me, but as far as I couldn't talk about here on the show. But going forward, there is a cannabis business event going on. These are all business stuff, I would say. Very limited Halloween 2025. This is in Welland, Ontario. And it's a very lit Halloween 2025.
Never heard of it.
And okay, here we go. It says, here, I'll bring it up. Click. A very lit, LIIT. So that'd be the lit research end of things. So there you go. Third annual, huh?
No, I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay, the third annual Very Lit Halloween is a spooky night of networking, creativity, and celebration. This in-person event blends industry connections with festive fun, bringing together brands, artisans, attendees for unforgettable evening. Highlights include ambient spine-tingling beats, costume party with killer prizes, complimentary caricatures and photo ops, tasty treats, eats, and beverages, spooky swag bags for all guests, surprise giveaways and pop-up fun, craft and artisan market, magic tattoos and piercings by special guests will be available, community donation drive supporting milk and cookies. Now, where do you think that is?
Ooh, I'd like some milk and cookies.
I would think the only person I know that's doing milk and cookies.
What'd you say?
Milk. It says at the bottom, community donation drive supporting milk and cookies.
Oh, gee, I wonder who that is.
Yeah. There you go.
First name AA.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, and Amy's been doing that for years, and kudos to her.
As long as I've known her, you know.
Yeah.
Speaking of Amy, the first she used to be my co-host on the 420 radio show. So, but the first thing she said, she wanted to send me some samples of what she makes.
Mm-hmm.
She sent me titties and penises. Chocolate, of course. Yeah. I remember those.
Okay. And is there anything else on this list? There's something called growing relationships.
Yes, we have to mention that the Karma Cup is coming up.
Oh yes,
very soon.
Yeah,
and
November 5th and 6th. I believe.
Sarah's been posting information. I think it's the first week in November, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sarah's been posting a lot of posts. Google the Karma Cup or on Facebook, wherever you do your socials, and find out what's going on there. She posted some stuff.
You can buy you can buy. One time she was asking people
$10 tickets. It's $10 early bird.
Oh, is it?
Early bird tickets. Yeah, I saw that post yesterday.
$10.
$10.
Less
And
than
then you know it's I don't know where it is. You get to find out 24 hours beforehand, but I'm assuming that it's going to be at one of those scientific research facilities.
The Lit Research Building in Toronto. Something like that. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's a great thing. There's
they
several.
do research there. I've covered some of the articles. Yeah, yeah,
They compile this information. Where it goes, what it's used for, I don't know, but they do compile this information.
Well, the universities that it was at that time,
Sponsored by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one that they were doing on cannabis and music.
Well, I would have liked to have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of these places opened up after I left. I mean, it's hard to believe, but I've been gone 3.5 years already.
Yeah, that's right. Now I got another event in London, Ontario.
I was going to say England.
Yeah, it's on November the 4th. It's called Growing Relationships. It's for business to business type.
Never heard of it.
Neither have I. They say the event offers attendees opportunities for networking, brainstorming, discussions, learning sessions aimed at fostering business. So it's all business related. Yeah. Key growth of the roundtable discussions. Attendees can look forward to engaging presentations, networking activities, and a catered lunch.
So, in other words, it's a nap time in the afternoon.
And you got to be 19 years of age at all.
Oh, no, I can't go there.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. So that's some events. I don't have any legacy events to.
There, you know what, Al? There really has. Had this conversation with somebody else, and I can't remember who it was, but there really has not been. It was probably you. There has not been a lot of events this year. ICC, the Indigenous Cup, happened and didn't happen at the same time.
Correct.
The events that we were going to go to were canceled twice.
Yeah.
Lift's
gone.
Lift's gone. What's the other one? Grow Up happened.
The grow up is still going.
And then you've got the one, the one that happens in Niagara Falls as well, and that's
that happens at 420.
It's also a grow up though.
That is probably
yeah.
Well, I know we moved to Toronto.
But there's one. There's an event that's been going on in Niagara Falls for a few years now, and it happens every year, and I can't remember the name of it. We'll find out when it happens because it'll be on the list. Why?
Yeah, it'll be on the
camera
list,
is moving. You need to secure your desk, Al. Every time you type, your camera moves. It jiggles.
Niagara Falls 420 Expo.
It's like watching Al doing this.
You know why? You know, if you knew what my desk, it's not a desk, man. My laptop does not sit on a desk.
Oh, you're sitting.
My laptop sits on a dining table, not even a table. It's think of a hospital table.
You've got Marco's desk right there. Why aren't you using that?
Right, sitting right here beside me. You can see it in the video. That's the desk.
So why aren't you using that?
Because I have it shaped like an L, so I'm not sitting there facing the wall. At least this way I can look around.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm in a closet. That's my computers are in a
This
closet.
is a hospital dinner tray type thing with the wheels. Underneath the bed.
That for Marco too?
No. This is my daughter's father-in-law's. Yeah. And there's a spot over here for my mouse.
Whatever works, buddy.
It works. That's right. It angles, it tilts, it goes up and down. But I know, it does shake. All right. As far as entertainment, I've got two sad stories. As some people may or may not know, Ace Finley of Kiss has died.
Spaceman.
Passed away.
They called him Spaceman.
Space, yeah. Spaceman or Space Ace, they say here. He's
Spaceman.
He passed away at the age of 74.
He had a brain bleed.
Did he?
He was admitted into the hospital the night before, I believe, with a brain bleed or something, or a little while before, but eventually he passed away at the hospital.
Yeah. Original lead guitarist and founding member of Kiss.
Correct. And also one of the troublemakers of the band. He had a life. You think Gene Simmons had a life? Look at Ace Frehley's.
Oh yeah. Trying to see what all I just.
Some of the comments that I saw about his passing was, I bet you Gene Simmons is looking for a way to profit off of this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Simmons likes to make money. So
he began playing guitar at 13. He grew up in a musical family. He played in local bands around New York City and was a roadie at the age of 18 for a guy by the name of Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And he was one of the original founding members, the founding four.
This year he left the band in 1982.
Because of addiction problems and alcohol.
Then he rejoined Kiss in the 1990s.
And then left again. He's been in and out of rehab for a long time.
Yeah. So there you go.
And what's the other? Who's the other?
Oh, and the other passing, Sam Rivers. He's the bassist of Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit, yep.
Yeah, he passed away. He's only 48 years of age.
That was just a couple of days ago.
Saturday. Yeah. And the band wrote, "Today we lost our brother, our bandmate, our heartbeat." Sam Rivers wasn't just our bass player. He was pure magic. The pulse beneath every song, the calm in the chaos, the soul in the sound.
The soul of the sound.
Yeah.
And
they were set to begin a new 7-city tour in November. And they don't know whether obviously, because this happened, but they don't know if the band will continue the tour without him.
Well, as we found out this week, there are some bands that are continuing without their bandmates. One being Rush.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was in the Rush end of things. They are, they have got the blessings from Neil Peart's family.
Correct. Yes, I was just going to say that his daughter, his kids have said yes, please, because this conversation, this conversation was had with Neil before he died. As with Gord Downey, before he died, tragically hip has not continued, but they've still played.
Yeah.
Together,
now, as far as Mr. Rivers here, it says that the band didn't provide details about the cause of his death, but according to one report, Rivers left the band back in 2015 after being diagnosed with liver disease, but returned to the stage following a liver transplant. And he said that he got that disease from excessive drinking.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. 48 years of age, gone.
It's too
And,
bad.
I'm thinking that I know of a fellow who was probably about the same age and same thing, liver, excess drinking.
My mom's ex-boyfriend had to have an operation, and because of his drinking, liver related, and he didn't make it off the table, unfortunately.
No,
yeah.
No. All right. Well, you got anything else you want to discuss? Oh, I thought there was something that I wanted to bring up. Sure. I know what it was.
We used to when we started doing this, and when I say this, I mean us, Al and I, because we've been doing this together for a while. We used to take notes. We used to sit down and have a pad of paper in front of us with notes on it and stuff. I don't know where my pad is. Let's put it that way.
When I first
don't have a
started
calendar thingy
doing
on my desk,
radio,
unfortunately.
I can remember writing 9 pages of notes, questions, and information.
Yep.
And then
I usually have a like you do, a big calendar thingy on my desk, and I would each square would be full of stuff. Nothing. It's blank.
Nothing.
I don't even have a pen on my desk anymore.
Oh, here we go. I found it. All right. In entertainment end of things, if you're local to me, anyways, here we go. We have the Tea Party, Headstones, and Finger 11 are playing in Peterborough at the Memorial Center. And guess who's got tickets?
I was just going to ask you if you were going to go.
We are going, and I made sure that I was talking to the right person this time. Actually, I talked to a person this time because last time I didn't. It was all done digitally, electronically, or whatever you want to call it. Whereas
so
this
you didn't
time,
pay $600 for these tickets?
I did not. I paid $75 a piece. Only a quarter of what I paid last time. And I did discuss that with the operator on the phone. And I said, I'm really glad that I was talking to you and that you're a human, because my last experience for your last concert with April Wine was not, or the headpins in April Wine was not, wasn't very good as far as dealing with the ticket end. So I explained it all to her. And she says, yeah, that happens. It happens to people. Those ticket sale sites come up first on Google searches, and they
because they put and the CEO they put Ticketmaster in there. Like when I set up my website, you put all the different website URLs in there that you want to spoof, and it'll come up when you search it.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll be able to see saw the Headstones years ago down at Daganega.
You got scared by Hugh.
Yeah. Now the Tea Party, I've never seen a Tea Party live. I was to go see them at a bar in Tweed. This is how long ago this is. Years ago, like many years ago.
I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Say decades. And so this will be a first time seeing them. So we're really looking forward to that. Now, as far as Finger 11, I know of the music and all that stuff, but never seen them. But
I've seen all of them.
I used to follow them years ago when they were on Q107. At that time, they were known as the Rainbow Butt Monkeys. That was the name of the band, the Rainbow Butt Monkeys. Yeah,
it's a long time ago. There's been a lot of bands that have changed their names.
Correct. And yeah, I think it was probably a good decision for them, and look what's happened. So
they got fingered 11 times.
Yeah, that's happening in December 5th or the 7th, something like that. 7th, I think. Yeah, 7th. So,
weather
permitting.
Thank you. That's the word.
Yeah, it could be a snowstorm that day, right?
Yeah.
Guess that means we'll have to stay at my son's place in Peterborough if it's bad weather. We have family there now.
You're only 15 minutes from there.
Well, it takes a little more than 15 minutes, but yeah, we're not far. Correct. It's the next city down the highway. Gotta get down Crash Alley first.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, long weekend, 2 accidents. One
because of a hill?
No, there was one right on the edge of town here. It was basically right on. It was in the slowdown zone, and then the other one happened out on the open road by an old gas station on Highway 7 between Havelock and Marmot, out that way. The Monday of the long weekend, both of them going on.
Near the A&W.
Norwood's got the A&W. There's no A&W.
Is that Norwood? That's in Norwood.
It's in Norwood, yeah.
I didn't realize how close Norwood was to Hastings.
Yeah, it's at the other end of 45. Yeah,
it's just up the hill.
It's the next town over. Correct.
Yeah, it's just up the hill, but it's because it's windy. It takes you a little while to get over there.
Yeah, actually, I have a friend of mine who's going to be here at 2:00 today, who lives in Hastings. So, well, you got anything else offhand?
No, I'm good.
All right, so am I. All right. Other than that, I guess we're done. Until next week, same time, same place, same channels. 1, 2, 3.
Same bong channel.
That's right. Same bong channel. Other than that, we will see you then. We'll say bye, guys, and peace. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
BC Drug Compassion Club reduced overdose risk, and lawyer argues in constitutional challenge.
Right, that's right. A lawyer for the founders of a Vancouver initiative that provided tested heroin, cocaine, and meth to drug users during the toxic drug crisis says the risk from the street supply is grossly disproportionate to any benefit of shutting down the club. Tim Dixon told a BC Supreme Court judge in his opening statement on a constitutional challenge of the conviction of the 2 founders that shutting down the Compassion Club, launched by the Drug User Liberation Front, violates a drug user's charter, including the right to life and security of the person.
The challenge comes after Jeremy Calcium and Iris Nix were found guilty this month on charges of possession of the drugs for the purposes of trafficking, although the conviction has been suspended until the constitutional argument is decided. Dixon told the court the charges were completely out of sync with the public health goals of Canada's drug laws and that the club was effective in reducing overdoses and deaths.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach, and we appreciate you tuning in to the big broadcast and helping to raise our voice to let the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp. If you go to timeforhemp.news, you can find all kinds of great downloads of music and podcasts, free videos to watch, newsletters and blogs, and you'll also get an opportunity to meet some of the people here on the big broadcast who have been our guests. And of course, you get to learn all about our joint host. And anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, please hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. That was a shameless plug. I'm sorry. But I want to share with you another broadcaster from another country up in Canada. He's got a groovy network that is busy letting the whole world know that cannabis prohibition is wrong. And his name is Al Graham. Hey, Al Graham.
How you doing, Casper? How you doing? Yes, paceradio.net is where you'll find people advocating cannabis education, as well as we also educate people about psychedelics with one of our programs, or two of our programs, actually. And you can find us 7 days a week, as I said, paceradio.net. Now, I'd also like to introduce my fellow joint host, and he is an advocate, he is an educator, he is a Navy veteran, and his name is Al Byrne. How you doing, Al?
I'm doing fine. Thank you so much for that invitation. I'm also the reason old women check into this program. It's pretty well known around. But yeah, anyway, I wrote a book. You see, it's on the screen. If you're listening on the radio, it's for country and cannabis. It's the how and why and who brought medical cannabis into the United States, in fact, to the world. It was a 40-year odyssey. It's a good book. If you're a patient, if you're a medical professional of any stripe, you should have that book and read it, and it will tell you where to go to find out even more information about that subject. Today, we're concentrating on hemp as a product, something that can be used by human beings in many, many ways. And hemp, as we know it, is of many different stripes and kinds. And we've just found out in the first half hour, all three of us who think we know a lot of stuff, and we do, just learned a lot from this guest. His name is Greg Flabel. You right there, Greg?
I'm right here.
There he is, same guy.
Hey, welcome, Greg.
Yep. So what we did is we cheated in that time that we were all together and you didn't have any knowledge of what we were doing. And we decided on we're going to have two discussions here for the next half hour. The first one's going to be about hemp products that Greg makes, other people make, but we got Greg. So, Greg, let's have a show and tell. So pick up something there on your desk and tell us about it.
So we take we take the dust that we collect from decorticating or separating the fiber from the inside pithy part of the plant, and we compound it with some other stuff to turn it into injection molding pellets that we then go on to make some plastic home compostable cutlery. Where I'm looking here, I've got knife, spoon, and fork. Right?
What? Cool.
All made out of hemp plastic, and you put these in your compost after you've used them, and in 6 to 8 months they've disappeared. Right? Not like industrial composting; it's home compostable. We also have these. We get different sizes of straws. These are like a bobo straw. They'll go into a hot cup of coffee. They'll go into a cold drink. They don't break down like paper straws do. And these are also home compostable. And we're starting to get a little bit of traction on this stuff. It takes a minute, but it's happening. We also, we do. There's another little prop here. There's a bunch of different rope, different sizes of rope that we could, we take from the bigger ones or the smaller ones. We cut them in lengths, make knots in them, and I give them to my dog to play with. Right.
Well, wait a minute. That would be a great thing to send to every congressperson because if you give somebody enough rope, they'll hang themselves.
Where do you come from? Boy, I'll tell you. What about food? You got what's that? That a plastic?
That's a container, a takeaway container that we're working on.
So is it going to collapse if I put food in it?
No, it's not. No, it won't. Nope.
No, it's strong.
There's single use items, but all takeaway stuff is single use anyway.
Yeah.
So we're just, we're constantly doing R&D. I mean, when I first started down this long road, there were 15, 16,000 things that you could make out of hemp. Now we're like over 25,000 products that you can make out of hemp. It's just expanding and blowing up. And whatever.
Well, I've got to ask this. I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to ask this because I've seen some biodegradable bum wipe. Do you have toilet paper? This paper is like the biggest thing that hemp is known for.
We have rolling papers. So why can't we have toilet paper? And the answer is yes. We don't make it. We don't get involved in it. But yes, you can get some John Wayne toilet paper made out of hemp easy.
Well, they're making it out of bamboo now, so why not hemp?
Why exactly? Why not? Whatever we can
make it out of
perceive, we can conceive.
Yeah,
CBD toilet paper will cool everybody's ass.
You had some food product there or something you were showing me.
So we also take the hemp plant and we extract all the cannabinoids out of it. And we have CBD, CBG, CBN, THCV, CBC, CBT, all the alphabet.
I can dance to that. Do that again. That rocks.
But I'm a rocker. What can I say? All this alphabet stuff we can turn into a mix and match and holistically put it together. And we're like a walking apothecary here too, because we're making stuff for get up and go. We're making stuff for sit back and relax. We're making stuff for daytime, cruising. You name it. It's all about health.
Well, wait a minute. I was reading real quick there. That says syrup.
This is a simple syrup because we make a concentrated syrup that we can add into food or beverages, and this is great as a mocktail mix, for example, that we can put into a non-alcoholic drink, and it and gives you have a buzz without the hangover.
Is that syrup? Like I know the Farm Bill is countrywide. Is that something that's available countrywide, or are you limited to?
This is available countrywide, and it's available. We have a website actually, trueherbalcreations.com, which is a side hustle from that, for what we're doing with building houses. But this is the health and wellness product that you can microdose or you can take time out with, right? But this is federally compliant at 0.16 total. I repeat, total THC. And our country is being split and divided amongst total THC and D9. So we can go into all 50 states with this product because we are total T compliant.
Do you use it?
Daily.
And he's 112 people.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's an old dude there, yeah.
Look at him. He's 112. He don't look a day over 50.
I know, but he smiles a lot, so maybe he's real happy. What do you think, huh?
I love what I do. What can I say?
Now look, Greg, you were in Hollywood. People who didn't watch the first episode, you need to. Greg's great. You just go back and watch it. He was in Hollywood, and one of his friends did a little paper about 400 pages in length that Greg sat down and read. And that changed your life. That took you in a whole new direction to where all of a sudden you're building houses and making food and bringing in plastic products made of hemp. I mean, look at your path now. I mean, look at all that you've done with your life. Isn't that a little mind-blowing that for one paper, your whole direction changed in such a way?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I put it all down to this magical God-given plant, industrial hemp and cannabis. They're all related. They're cousin plants, and God put them here for a reason, you know. And we can, you know, our motto on our Hemp Tech Global site, hemptechglobal.com. You go there and you'll see food, fuel, shelter, health, jobs, and maybe even world peace.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's go to those houses again. As Casper pointed out, I'm a Navy veteran, 24 years of service. Casper did his Army time, and the TV network we're on, Citizen Green TV network, is very much veteran orientated. So what are you doing in that world?
So as you can see the ticker going across the bottom about Hemp Town on Main. So I decided that, you know, with building hemp houses and providing the health and wellness and a pinch of happiness, whoever wants it, blah, blah, blah. I've done a lot of stuff with hemp, from the seed, infusing the roots into coconut oil to make a triflavonoid, you know, topical. I mean, and then, you know, smoking the herb or whatever. Right across the spectrum, I've been involved in this wonderful plant. And we're living in a time of increasing homelessness. By the year 2030, we will see a huge increase in homelessness, because that's predicted the time when Social Security is going to basically be unfunded and run out. So we're working right now with a group called Joy Community in Medford, Oregon. Here, they're a church-based or a faith-based group, and they started a little a veterans, a senior community, I should say. It's a little micro village. And that kind of gave me the idea to get involved with building homes for veterans, seniors, and people in recovery. But homeless veterans, homeless seniors are on the rise because there's not enough government assistance. There's not enough being done for people that really need help. Mm-hmm. And we have the ability to build shelters or micro and tiny homes for people in need. At a cheaper rate than has normally been accessible, because you, Casper, mentioned earlier about the cost differential, bringing stuff over the ocean. It's got to cost more money, right? Per square foot, costs more. Well, that equated to around 5 to 10% more compared to regular shitty construction materials, right?
Right.
With our Hemp Town on Main, I've been doing education on industrial hemp and building for many, many years. And on our main for-profit website, we actually have an outreach program for donations to our outreach industrial hemp education program. About 2 years ago, I set up hemptownonmain.org. I applied to the Department of Justice for an umbrella, like a sanction to be able to have this nonprofit. And my sanction was industrial hemp education. Now, that's a pretty broad and generic term. What specifically are we doing? Well, if you do the background dive on me, you'll see it's all about construction and all things industrial hemp and so forth and so on. So we got the nod, we got the rubber stamp, we got the 501c3 designation, which means 100% tax deductibility. And incidental to my education and training, when I'm building anything out of hemp, the materials and labor connected to that particular vertical, which is the hempcrete insulation of the walls, for example, becomes 100% tax deductible. The materials that therefore, based on your tax deductibility, wherever you're paying tax at whatever level it's at, you're going to get a rebate or tax saving for building with hemp, as long as your schoolie is there to help to teach you how to do it.
Yeah,
that is cool. No, I got a friend who would like to meet you. Her name is Jane Earhart. She's got 10 acres in Arizona, and she's put together a blueprint for a thing called New Hemp Cities. She wants to 3D print homes, and she wants to build an entire town out of hemp. How cool is that?
That's awesome. I love it. I'll go
Is
there.
that doable? Is that doable?
3D printable is still very, very challenging, because here's the thing: the hemp herd. Let me show you some herd to give you an idea, because you can see this wall, this sample wall in the background. That's what it looks like all mixed up. But here's the size of the herd that we're wanting to use is this size, right? So
all right,
that's the size of herd we want to use. You start throwing that with some lime and a little bit of water, just enough for it to stick together. You start putting that down after it's mixed down through a pipe and try and to put it into a building. 3D printing, you need a lot more water to do it. And those trunks get clogged. We've tried it and failed. Gets clogged in the knuckles of the hose delivering the material to where it's going. That's why the low-tech system works the best, right? I've done prefabricated, I've done hybrid panels. I taught the guys in the Netherlands how to build their first stamped panels to make houses over there. They kicked me to the sidewalk because I wasn't from the EU, so I couldn't get paid, blah, blah, blah. It's the usual story. So the fact of the matter is that the low-tech way, which is casting in situ in place, is where everybody, I mean, you go to our Hemp Tech global website and you look at some of the projects we've done, you'll see we did a hen house structure before we built the main house. I had a 6-month-old baby tamping hemp. So anybody can do it.
So are you getting, I'm just curious, are you getting some of these older folks and veterans to actually get involved with the construction?
No, yes, I want to, but I mean, we're pretty new, right? The website's only been up a couple of months and stuff. We're just getting out there, and I might, if I could, I'd be given a hemp structure away as often as I could, but it required, like any 501c, we're driven by donations and sponsorship. And
you have your hands full, because I do remember sitting and watching a documentary in 2002 pointing out that by the year 2030, the largest homeless population would be senior citizens. And they pointed out that it will be difficult at that point to sit and watch television to see your mom and dad and your grandma and grandpa living in the streets.
Yep.
And then there's also the other aspect of people that age don't have a lot of relatives around. And when they get to the point where they can't take care of themselves without assistance, then they're forced to go into a home, which many just refuse to do because, well, we know how homes are. And that adds to the homeless population again. So you have seniors out there who can almost take care of themselves and many who can't.
Well,
how big are these houses you're thinking about? How many square feet?
We're doing small structures, like 8 by 12, 12 by 12. So anything under 200 square feet can generally be built without needing permits, because they're considered movable, temporary. They're on stilts, they're on skids, they're on piers, and they're a beautiful little structure. If you go to, in fact, I can give you guys later some stuff if you like. But there was a project, a very dear friend of mine who used to own the IKEA franchises in North America, and then was forced out, a ways back. But he developed this iWood structural framing system that uses 30% less lumber. And when we've even got wood shavings in the hempcrete mix here, because we're recycling and using all the material. And we've designed these for micro and tiny communities, and they're basically a kit set that we can ship out and people can put a workshop together or get their buddies and a few beers together and a few smokes and freaking build it themselves in a weekend. So we're kind of pushing that wheelbarrow because I believe that the time is fast approaching, faster than anybody cares to admit, where that homelessness is going to triple, right? Quadruple. And the cost and the average Social Security check is around $13.50 a month.
Right.
That's not enough to pay the average rent.
Yeah.
And a senior who loses the other half of their unit or whatever, they're one check away from living on the street.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? And 30% of the population, that only 10% of the population has any reserve at all, any emergency fund. Right? It's like it's chronic. Nobody's been taught properly how to manage money or get ready for retirement or anything like that. It's like we've been in.
Well, you got to have money to manage before you manage it.
Yeah, but we've all of us been sucked into these debt spirals for so long that it comes to the time when we wake up one morning. Oh my God, I'm over 65. I got my hand out for Social Security. It ain't there anymore. What do I do now?
Right
now. A lot of us old codgers have, got a lot of stuff up here from years and years of experience that we can go help bring, mentor some youngsters coming through and everything else. But unless we're thinking, we've got to have a roof over our head to feel secure. Everybody needs shelter, right?
Yep.
And so
how's that working out with local governments and other? Is there enthusiasm? Is there lack of interest? Is there any what's going on?
It's all very well to say everybody's interested, but a lot of people in government are all talk, right?
Oh yeah.
And it takes forever to get anything done. And I made a conscious decision not to go public money, not to go government money, to go private sponsors and donors, because when the government gets involved, they look over your shoulder and they keep telling you what to do.
Exactly.
Well, it's because they care about you. They want to make you successful.
I'm
They love you.
I'm here to help you.
They are.
All right, we got a few more minutes. Forks and spoons and plates and houses. What else do you do?
All the health and wellness as well. Everything. As I said, we do everything from the seed to the shelf. Right? We manufacture, we wholesale. We private label, we white label, we do everything for health, wellness, and happiness.
And is that all in Oregon?
No, we've just been out back east because half the population live out there, and it's interesting. I got an opportunity to go full 360 degrees back to where we started Hemp Tech Global, back in Asheville, North Carolina. So we're setting up an alternative beverage store out there for the alcohol. Sober curious, sober flexible, you name it, to get people off alcohol into the good herb.
They are making the switch slowly but surely. They are.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of good herb, I can tell you, I bet you smoke a lot of good herb at your age. You know a lot of good dealers and a lot of good people. I bet your pipe's full all the time.
I'm like a one-stop shop.
But actually, we know that Greg is not a smoker. He likes the edibles, right?
Yeah,
wait a minute, Greg, you don't smoke. I want a DNA check to make sure you're human.
I used to, but I gave up because I like the edibles more.
Yeah.
Because I was also a smoker, a Marlboro type smoker, right? And I'm like, you know what? All that stuff is gone. And I'm because of the herb, because of the hemp, I'm healthier, and I'm feeling great. So why can't
you look good for 112?
You keep bringing that up.
Earlier, you had mentioned about the decorticator not having that type of availability in the U.S.
Yeah.
What could get done in order to make that available, so that people who, it makes it easier for people who want to build a hemp house to be able to do so? Because if, hemp houses are also environmentally friendlier. So by
producing that stuff in the U.S., you're eliminating that ship ride across the ocean, which obviously isn't environmentally friendly.
Well, it's also about the chicken and egg situation. I mean, not enough people understand the value of building with hemp or natural materials. And then you've got the supply chain that can't keep up with that either if it really did take off. It's still very much grassroots. And I thought we started so long ago that by now the rest of the country would have caught up to the hemp. And there are a bunch of people around doing hemp houses and so forth, but it's all still grassroots. It's not mainstream yet, you know. And that's what I'm trying to get to, a kit set style situation where we can drop in from out here where we manufacture the lumber, the framing components. We can drop in to the site wherever it's going, anywhere on the planet, basically, but particularly the US. The kit set to make the 12 by 12, right? Which has an 11-foot interior height. Perhaps another time I can show you through one of the units we've got out in the warehouse building.
Yes.
Work in progress. And then we can also, from the local Home Depot or Supply Yard or Lowe's or whomever you've got in your local area, we give them a shopping list for all the flat pack material. It comes right off the shelf. It gets drop shipped locally, so you're spreading on that freight, right? Including the hydrated lime that comes from Home Depot as well. And we mix and we send over a few little pozzolans to add to help hydrate it quicker. And then I'll drop in, parachute in, if you like, and with my team, and do a workshop and teach people how to build the structure, right? And now it's tax deductible, baby.
Oh, cool! So it's a grassroots movement to build little grass houses.
Homes for homies, buddy.
Right, that is groovy. Well, we're down to the last couple of minutes. You want to give a shout out to a groovy website or an organization you want to put a spotlight on?
So for the hemp housing, obviously, I'd love people to get to know hemptownonmain.org, which is our 501c3 nonprofit designed. We're putting that together to help veterans, seniors, and people in need for a shelter, affordable housing and so forth. And then for our health and wellness and happiness and so forth, we've got our other site, trueherbalcreations.com, where you can get some health and happiness.
Thank you for being a guest on the big broadcast. I do want to have you back as a guest again in the future and have a joint chat with one of our joint friends named Harry Hemp.
There you go. I know Harry.
All right.
Yeah, cool.
Right. And Al Graham, I tell you, I love the work you do up in Canada. Your radio broadcast brings so much content that is valuable to the world.
Thank you, Casper. Thank you for the kind words. And people can find us at paceradio.net, and you'll find psychedelics as well as cannabis broadcasting there 7 days a week.
And Al Byrne, I want to let you know, even though I went to public school, I was able to read your book. It took me a minute. You got some big words in there, but I was able to figure them out with the help of Wikipedia. You want to let people know where they can find it?
Everywhere. Yeah, if you can buy a book somewhere, Amazon or Thrift Books, any kind of a book place, they'll have that book. I would like to point out that my joint house, Al Graham, while his address is radio, he has matured. And over the last many years, he has video there as well. So it's really Pace Network, but that's a formal address. And my personal thank you, Greg. Been very interesting conversation. You're a great guy to have do interviews with because you're just full of so much good information. And thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, guys.
And I want to thank all of you out there for tuning in to the big broadcast. Please remember to go to timeforhemp.news and get all your free downloads. There's a lot of groovy things there you can pick up for free. I also want to say thank you to all the veterans out there who are watching for serving this country and protecting our freedoms. My heart goes out to the families of the veterans out there who have never made it home. And we will never forget you. And we truly do love everybody who has made it a point to dedicate their life to protecting the freedoms here in America. And we want to thank you from everybody here at Time for Hemp.
Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout us history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers made sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent right now. No excuses, it's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fueling food and clothes and soap. Housing cars, your car's no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant right now. It's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herbs. It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to make a strong stand. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Just like birds of a feather. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Apple. The creators of the Apple, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Apple with Dave.
For example, like, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular. So you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally why I do it that way.
One day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling it
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I'd go numb.
Yeah, the apple. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on any apple.
Yeah. Right? That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pops in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Correct.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
And it
of
breaks.
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep. Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Because
you couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people's had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was, yeah. And then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash.
Yeah. Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's like no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices is. Right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah,
and that, right?
The kiff.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain it is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
So what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer
batch.
and you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actual understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there, right? But just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right? This would be the first
time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I have a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Happle?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself, I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person
Come
or
on,
multiple person is would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, there's some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tick a little bit.
Because you can just
suck
sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then just drink
You
it
just
out of
sip
the straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash because very, very little wastage.
And it's
You know,
personal.
it's
It's
all
personal,
really-
but you can share it. You
There you
know,
go.
it's like a drink. It's personal
Yeah.
size, but you can share it around the room. I have a Student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
Eventually, yeah.
and relight
And
it.
then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like and then I'll pull on it and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
But look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice if you've got five or six people sitting around and you got 5 or 6 people or 6 of those, you can just share it but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is why share it when you can all have your own? And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
Yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale
Ah,
and
okay.
old, right? Like that old bomb smoke. Don't make sure
Yep.
you clear the tongue out,
Yeah.
right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing,
right?
right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's
like-
super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey! For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be.
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip, a Dave tip, an official Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
You're talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates, because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering. Like, at the end, obviously, you're going to have,
That's why I have fish and oxygen.
Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep
some
air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So yeah, well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
yeah,
or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now, people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah. And as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
Separately? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to. Mm-hmm. So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense. Right. And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Half shit's different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available are they just available in Ontario retail stores? Everywhere, so right across the country.
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the Other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video after. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. Yes, we do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot, and it looks a little bit. It's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. Okay. And then I like that with an egg. Good black drop.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom.
Percolator in the model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal happle.
Right.
So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh, here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
All right. No, okay, hang on. I'm going to turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for something that wasn't designed to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap.
Well, any tap. Any tap.
You know who's really good at those things?
I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
That's great.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus!
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, Mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, that's, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the happle body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem with.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths, and we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half, so I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it, and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the half. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect 2 pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of into the blow hose is keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the new drone. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame, because that can,
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here, I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten master? 2,500, 3,000. 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out. You'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, for the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there. So I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. not so worried about the actual shape of each of them, mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find 2 apples.
The same.
No, same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the 2 tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've gone in and thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's 2 bottoms against each other.
2 top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these 2, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples. I'll talk it through one. You'll talk it through one of them. I'll talk it through one of them, and then do the other one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to go over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and they're using graphite. I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as an eyepiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have a tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and lodge this with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, that's so I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want. Because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly. Get it all melted in. Getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened a hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. It's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand is going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple. Place master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly and add. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to even out the temperature on that.
switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little neat pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them. And I've been using these for every single half of them. Take it, do a half of them, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I have to make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making a half of them.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay.
But
Cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream, but I mean, really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for Master's hash kettles and hash lanterns. We're only talking about the nugs haffle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the haffles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the overlord.
the haffle.
Just the ones for the overlord. Right. Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much.
Yeah.
Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With an E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. But why when you can smoke hash?
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option, in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
the taste is really weird. It tastes really weird.
If you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
But this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there this is really just meant to give, like, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily drive. We would.
Yeah, it's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Happel is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, like right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay. Well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the Happel and how to see how the Happel is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Als.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the Happel. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canaraswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Master Glass, and I'm Dave, Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Right.
Wow.
So that was in 2003. So we got the video, and that was intense,
Yes.
and you know. Yeah. So fast forward to January of 2007. A friend of mine says you should check out this thing called YouTube. I said, "What's YouTube?" And he's YOUTUB. He says, you go there, you just type in whatever, and they've got music videos. It's just this video page, man. Just go look at it. Just go see it. I can't even explain it. It's too awesome. So I go to YouTube. I thought, oh, this is cool. You know, the doors, you know, live doors. Cool. I'm looking at all this fun stuff that I want to see. She says, put in epilepsy. Bunch of kids faking seizures, bunch of stuff that says, caution, don't watch this if you have epilepsy, because it's just got a flicker to it, you know. Yeah. Kids faking them, you know, people. And then there was a couple people actually having seizures,
but it was hospital.
But it was like hospital footage,
like hospital camera footage,
you know, up in the
way
corner
above.
So all you see is a person just going like this in a bed, and a bunch of brainwave chart, you know, running down the side.
Yeah.
So she said, our footage is way better than that. Mix it up, put it up. I'm like, oh, I don't even know how to mix video. What do I do now? So they called an activist friend at the time. He brought his stuff over. We had to mix the 8-minute video into digital, and it was just a big problem. Added a bunch of text to it about medical marijuana, and we put it up. Right away, the thing starts getting like 1,000 hits a day, right? I email it to the Ottawa Sun. It wasn't like I'm talking like 10, 12 minutes later, he calls me. He said, are you crazy? There's a reporter I met before. He goes, dude, are you crazy? You putting your wife's on your wife on the internet like this?
Broke my tooth.
She even breaks a tooth video. It's intense, right?
I'd break a quarter off of my molar.
You know, so he calls up Epilepsy Ontario. He's like, what do you think of this video? And the woman's like, well, I don't know. I really like the idea of that, you know, meat puppet and all this marijuana talk. I don't really know if that's a good idea. So right away, there's controversy with this thing, right? Right out of the starting gate. And it kept getting 1,000 hits a day. And it went on and on like that for a long time. But people saying, the main comment we got was, hey, the text is going by too fast. It's kind of cluttered. Can't really see it. So right away, we put up the second one. The second one has Christine talking at the beginning, and she mentions about the rude comments. We're leaving those comments there. We let everybody put up their rude comments, their horrible comments.
Yes.
We leave it there. We leave it there for the world to see the kind of shit that epileptics have to go through.
Ignorant those people are.
Because everyone, and people pile on. Some troll puts, LOL, just shoot her or whatever, and then people just pile on this troll or whatever, they report him. So I just let it all happen. We just let this all happen on the page, man.
It's educating, and it's also exposing ignorance at the same time.
Yes. So then,
totally.
we put the second
I
one
love
up.
it.
We put the second one up like a week later, or a few days later. No text, no nothing, and then it was about 3 years, I guess, and we had 1.5 million hits on the first one, and then it got pulled for the pot references. Somebody finally complained, and we were like, "Christ, it lasted that long," And there was a nice article in the Ottawa Citizen about us. The nice picture of us there, with the monitor and her having the seizure on the monitor. So it was pretty cool.
Then it was also on TV on the in the States.
Then we get a call. We get a call from the doctors. Let me go back a bit. So the video's up there, and right away I'm getting requests. Right? Can we use this in the school? Can I use this to on this presentation? So I had to change the text and say, yes, you can do anything you want with this, share and enjoy. And we got emails from a doctor who ran the hospital part of a prison, and they said they wanted to use that footage to teach, so that they could distinguish real seizures from fake ones in prison, so to help save people's lives and reduce the danger. He's trying to fake a seizure and injure a guard or whatever. It goes both ways. So there was that. I've had young people, like as young as 15, saying, I'm doing a presentation in school about epilepsy, and right up into professors teaching at university level saying, can we use this footage in our class? So after I changed the text on the page, the accompanying text of the video, there's nothing on the video, but you read the text with it. It says, this permission, do what you want, download it, share it, copy it, spread it around, so it could be getting used in all kinds of places. Then we got a call, an email, and a guy says, months ago, a friend of mine, his dog had a seizure in front of me. I said, what the hell's going on? He said, dog's having a seizure, right? He's got epilepsy. So I look it up. I saw your video. You're pretty instructive about how to take care of the seizure and everything. He says, well, the other day somebody comes into my place of work and has a seizure. Everyone else just freaks out. I don't know what to do? I might have saved the guy's life. So that happens. You get an email like that. I mean, some mornings you get up, you're so depressed and angry, and you hate and then you get an email like that. Wow.
And for an epileptic to have epilepsy and to be going through so many different kinds of seizures, so many levels of violence of seizures, and to be able to help educate and to be able to have such goodness and such come from something that's just absolutely horrific.
We've been told that this video has saved lives.
Wonderful.
And I mean, if they're using it in schools, I'm yet to find a piece of footage anywhere that matches it. One day somebody's going to have a camera really good and close, because everyone's got cameras now, right? I mean, everybody has cameras now.
Yeah.
So one day someone's going to put up a piece of footage that is going to, ours will pale by comparison.
Someday.
But I haven't seen it yet. Not
yet.
Because we get right, I mean, for those who haven't seen the video, we get right in close. She's all purple. There's veins bulging out of her neck, and she breaks a tooth.
Yeah, you can see the sphincter muscles around.
You can see her eyes twitching like this.
Wow.
It's just amazing.
It's probably something that would,
very intense.
It's like you say, Christine. It's you're watching that experience of somebody, and you want to help them, and it's brought probably quite a few tears to people to watch. You go through that on the video.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to touch on a couple things. The next thing is the two of you, as far as helping bring awareness, have worked on a children's book called Mummy's Funny Medicine. Can you tell us the story about that, what it got it started, and what's involved, its availability?
Well, in late 2002, I started using medical marijuana about 6 months in. we were talking to somebody on the street. I was on Bank Street. It was miserable weather. I started commiserating with another person in a wheelchair. So we got talking about, why he was in the chair, why I was in the chair. And she said she was using a lot of codeine. I said, oh, well, you should try marijuana. She's like, oh, no, I couldn't use that. It's as bad as heroin. It's, you're gobbling up codeine, and you're telling me pot's as bad as heroin? It's not. I mean, read the science. So she goes, oh, no. I said, you ever try quitting codeine? And I saw this, look on her face, and I knew because I've kicked codeine 3 times myself. Man.
I saw this demon fly
in between us.
In between both of those 2 people.
It was just she knew I was to her. Like when she runs out, this codeine withdrawal is a nightmare. It's not as bad as what I've seen heroin. I mean, you don't go into convulsions and shock, but God, it's a nightmare. So as we pulled away, she's like, what would I tell my grandson? Tell him the truth. Tell him your purple medicine you get when you have a cold is for you, and this is Granny's medicine. I mean, it's pretty simple, duh. So she goes off in her chair, So we go off, and one of us said to the other, we don't even remember which one, somebody should write a children's book. And we didn't think anything of it. So then it was Christmas Eve or a couple of days before Christmas or something. My parents were down in Florida, and we were already talking about becoming public activists and doing something with the news and talking with them about a compassion club. So I said, how are we even going to, so we have a conversation on the phone with my parents. Hey, Christmas, yeah, okay, well, have a good time, talk to you, bye. And then I said, how am I even going to broach this topic that I'm using medical marijuana? They don't know. How do I even bring it up? It's like they're so stupid. I have to use a children's book or something. See, Russell, his chair. See, Russell feeling better. And then we look at each other like, we knew right away, oh my God, what a crazy big idea. I was, geez. So we got a piece of paper and we just started jotting this down right away. And
doodling.
And that's how we came up with the idea in quick stages. I said, we should do it from a kid point of view. Kid looking at the parent who's sick. So in the book, Heather, the girl, is basically Christine's point of view, and mommy is me. I'm the, mommy's carrying my sort of symptom.
People might have thought it was the other way around. Christine was the...
Right, exactly. But so the thing is, so in the book, I'm basically mommy. Right? We just switched it around because it was easier than daddy's man. We kicked it around. So we literally hammered the sketch, the text as it went in the book. It must have come out in about a half an hour. Because what is it? I mean, it's like 1,000 words, not even. It was very quick to write it out. So we had some quick sketches, and we're like, oh, this is so great. This is so great. So we told Mike Foster, I mean, he's only a few pages in. His eyes are all wet. He's like, we got to do this book. You got to do this book. He is the owner of Crosstown Traffic, which is the flagship head shop in Ottawa.
Yep.
There's lots of other head shops. There's some that are physically larger, but
the original.
He was really the first one. It's just an awesome place.
Premium quality.
And he's also been a big activist for 25 years in Ottawa. He's not just some guy who owns a head shop. He's an activist. And
Yes.
I should actually have my hat off talking about it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
No, seriously, he's Canadian activism royalty when it comes to marijuana.
Okay, continue the story.
So he said, you got to do this. You got to do this. So we're on it. But I mean, how do we publish this? He goes, I'll think of something. I know publishers and printers. You leave that to me. You get it done. So she starts doing drawings, right? And I'm getting, every time she goes, okay, Mary, look at this. What do you think? She pencils something up and I'm like, oh my God. And I start crying. It looks so great. So she gave me all these line works. I scanned them all, touched them all up, get rid of all the weird little dots and whatnot. And then I colorized them all and put it all together with the text. And that took, I think it took her about a month to draw, I think it was, and about a month to colorize it, something like that. Mm-hmm. And we managed to get it published. When we showed Mike the galleys, we had it all, just as big images. He said, okay, they got to be set properly. But he says, I think I'm just going to do it myself. So I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. So he just talked to a printer and got got a price and everything. And he had 2,000 copies made. So we said, that's awesome. We'll do it for charity. We don't want any money for it. So, and
It's the book. The book itself, when you hold it, it's an educational medium in a very non-threatening form. Having information such as that available in that book, but in a format that is just very simple and very non-threatening. It's easy for anybody of any age to leave that on a coffee table. For example, if I was going to be getting starting using cannabis, if I was be trying to approach this topic maybe with my parents, if I feel that I couldn't actually talk to them about it, I'd maybe, get a copy of this book and leave it out on the coffee table underneath Dad's Sunday newspaper.
People have told us
this type of thing.
Older people have told us our young adult children were totally against us using marijuana. Then they saw your book. It totally
bridged the gap.
It bridged the gap, and
it started to help change their
started
mind.
healing. Yeah, people in their 20s are saying, my adult parents, my older parents, obviously, they couldn't cope with this. They saw the book. There's peace in the family again. They've shown it to little kids and stuff. So we've got a lot of positive feedback about the book. And there's a read-through video on YouTube where, we have some nice Pat Metheny music in the back. Christine just reads.
Now people
reads all
can
the
just
text.
search out
And,
Mummy's Funny Medicine on YouTube, and they'll be able to get the video of it. Right. Okay. I'm just watching my time here. There's lots of stuff that I had hoped. Oh, I'm told don't worry about it. Maybe Marina, the owner here at the cafe, she doesn't know that you and I, Russell, we have spoken for 4.5 hours before, so so I won't go that.
I've got time. We've got time.
I'm in Ottawa. It's not like I got anything else to do.
Yeah.
Later.
Well, later.
Another thing
Later.
that you have achieved through your activism is you have become North America's 4th leading letter to editor writer. Want to tell us a bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, in 2002, I started writing some letters to the editor. Got, 1 or 2 published. It was one of those things that if I sent and didn't get published, all right. So I wouldn't send one for a long time. But then in around October 2003, I started getting more published. And again, this is before we knew about Facebook, and there wasn't Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. So I had a lot more time on my hands. And I just started pounding them out. Every time I would go and look on the forums, I found a letter, I find an article or somebody else's letter, I'd reply to it. Just pounding them out, right?
A list of websites.
I had a list of websites to go. That was my main focus. So from October 2003 for about 8 years, I did that. And I got about an average of 100 a year.
And that 100 took you how many letters to write?
Thousands. Maybe 20,000. I don't even know. See, it's funny because what happened is sometimes I see an article in the Vancouver Sun, right? And it'll be about an issue, medical marijuana, right? But that article also going to show up in a bunch of other associated newspapers, right? In CanWest. So you got to go hunt for those. You got to find those email addresses and send it to those editors too. And then they put them on. And sometimes you only get it online. Sometimes you get it in the paper. And then other times, like for example, I wrote a letter about hemp. It was quite long too. And I sent it to pretty much, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 newspapers in Canada. I don't even remember how many. I just sent it to every newspaper I could find in every province, even up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories and everything. And I think I got it in over a course of 3 months. It showed up in 23 or 26 different newspapers.
One letter that they.
So the one letter that I sent off to 300 or 400 different places got printed, that many times. Now the thing about a letter that big, there's a lot of times it would get into a small town newspaper,
They like to
You know,
restrict the size of
something
letters,
like,
right?
well, sometimes they do, and sometimes they look at it and they go, let's just run this as an article because it saves them having to put a lot of filler in, or they have to write something, right? So if they get something that's intelligent and informed and coherent, and they can just put the editor at the bottom, they don't have to be responsible for the accuracy of the content.
Yeah.
So it's verging on. So they started verging on op-eds. In fact, a couple of times I'd send out something off to the Ottawa Citizen, and there was a really nice letters editor there, and he would call me and say, "All right, look, you need to change this and that." So he would work with me to get it right for his paper, you know. And then he had me in to have a serious photo like this taken, of me, the writer, of a letter and stuff. I have to break the law to kill myself and all this. So this kind of stuff happened. And then there was a lot of times I would write one letter and just send it to every newspaper, and it would show up in 3 or 4 places at once, over one weekend, over 1 week. I had one letter in 4 newspapers in one day. That was pretty awesome. I think it was the one about Pierre Burton.
So advice to somebody who is writing letters is, even if your letter doesn't show up, keep pounding them out, because eventually they will get.
And the thing is, too, the editors read them, right? The editors are looking at these letters, and if they start getting more a consensus of people who are sending in a lot of intelligent, concise letters, especially if you correct them and say, well, actually, your article about this, correct them. And people are like, oh, I don't have time for that. Yeah, well, you got time to sit on the bus and play some game on your phone or whatever. You got to play a video in it. Take an hour to write some letters.
Exactly. You're
done
part
it.
of the problem by
I've already
sitting
done
there
it.
and playing video games versus out and trying to help change things.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's other guys who have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp is Kirk Muse is the other one, and Stan White. Those are the 3 guys ahead of me. Now, Robert Sharp, he does a lot of it in the States. I hardly ever wrote to any place in the States. If I had taken the time to just write to places in the States, I could probably, my numbers would be up like
yeah, they
this,
probably
too,
would, and it's quite the
But I
accomplishment
just
just to
took
become fourth. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that's
and
fourth
you're
in the
only
world.
trading basically in Canada. Yeah.
In Canada, yeah. And the thing is, too, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think anybody else in Canada has ever written 800 and some, had 800 and some letters published in Canada. So I might just be the most published letter to the editor writer
Canadian
in
history.
Canadian
And
history.
just so people know, this isn't just like, this is all letters, not just cannabis letters. You're the fourth published
exactly.
editor writer on all subjects. Now,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but I mean, if you go through the history of Canada, is there anybody who's had more than 800 letters published?
Yeah, really.
In their life?
I don't know.
So letters to the editor, I mean. Letters to the, I don't know. So I can't really say, oh, I'm the biggest real letter writer in Canadian history, but it's starting to look like I am.
I've been writing for years.
Unless
I
Stan
got maybe
White,
20 in.
because I know Stan White, Kirk Muse. Yeah, well, those guys are all American.
Yeah.
Robert Sharp, Kirk Muse, and Stan White are all
Okay,
American. So I think
the next thing I want to touch on, all right, is a news conference that you held. Not many people get an opportunity to hold a news conference to oppose an opposite of their prime minister of their country. So would you like to fill us in on this story and how you're able to accomplish that?
Okay, well, how we accomplished that was with the help of Tim Meehan.
Yeah.
And he knew a little bit more about getting onto the getting a press conference at Parliament Hill is actually pretty easy. You call up the press gallery. There's a phone number. You can find them online. And you say, I want to hold a press conference in the Charles Lynch room. And they'll say, okay, what's that about? And what date? And when do you want to do this? And this sort of thing. So we did this kind of stuff. And we learned a lot of stuff about that, but that's another story. And this story, what happened was Stephen Harper was going to be giving a speech right over at the Chateau Laurier, which is quite literally next door. It's just over it's right next to the canal, and the canal is right there by Parliament Hill. They're right there at the Chateau Laurier at the Canadian Chief Police Association, right? All the Canadian chiefs of police are there. So he's having a big press conference. He's giving a speech at their big thing. So we said, all right, we're going to have a press conference right after the, whatever. He's scheduled to have his speech at a certain time. We'll have our press conference at the same time. So we show up. I was using my wheelchair at the time. Christine's there, me and Tim. I think that was about it. I don't think anybody else came with us. So maybe Johnny Pata was there.
I think
Excuse me. So we go there, and there's like nobody. Right? There's like almost no. I think there was one or two reporters. I don't remember, but there was hardly anybody. It was not a big press conference. So we stand up there, and Tim gives an introduction. And he's got ready, and I get up and I talk for like 11 minutes or something. She gets up and she talks for like 7 minutes, and there weren't too many questions because there's only one or two guys there, and then that was it. And we went, wow, that's a drag.
Yeah.
Oh well. So we went home, and we found out afterwards. Someone told us, "Oh my God, you were on CPAC," and we said, "What do you happen?" And they said it was the craziest thing. Stephen Harper is there giving a speech live, right? They're feeding this live on CPAC. Stephen, we're going to give you the tools you need, and blah blah blah, this and that, and wank wank wank. So everyone's like, yeah, that's great, okay. And it cuts to Van Dusen in the studio. Going, okay, so that was Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the blah 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 and this and that. And now here's some activists who disagree with their crime policy. We go live to the Charles Lynch room, and they cut to the middle of Tim's introduction. And then her and I get to talk uninterrupted for 17 minutes.
Nice.
And they didn't cut back to them. They just let us talk. They didn't like, okay, that's them. They're going to talk for days, so we're going to go to another thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times they do in the news, right? They just let us go. And we never saw the footage of this.
Probably.
It's probably in the archives there someplace, But when we were done, then they cut to Van Dusen. Okay, well, they gave this thing and gave a couple of highlights. He probably had the teleprompter ready for him, and then they went on to whatever else. I didn't have CPAC at the time, so I didn't know. But people called. They're like, "Oh my God, the whole thing!"
Yeah, I guess
so
you would
we were really happy about that. And then, of course, we had quotes. There were quotes by both of us. I think there were quotes by both of us in print media the next day too.
There's that as well.
There was that.
Well,
another time we showed up, another time we went to talk about driving, nobody came.
Yeah.
Like there was the cameraman and us. Not one reporter came, not one. And we were like, man, this is just the worst ever. But it was about driving. New driving laws they have with marijuana and driving, right? And drug driving. So we thought, oh well. The next day, it was like the bottom half of the front page of the Vancouver Sun. Was this article about the driving and long quotes from me and the whole press conference.
Yeah. You never know. So,
it's a trip living in Ottawa. It's such a trip living in this town, man. It's so weird. It's like living in a time warp.
Yeah. Marina here, the owner, she agrees. Okay. Now I want to move on to the MMPR. Everybody knows that the MMAR is changing, and we're being forced to swallow this MMPR unless some action can make some changes. Can you tell us a bit about how this program is going to affect the two of you?
We're screwed. That's all I can say. We're screwed.
Affordability, strain
selection,
that's all gone.
The affordability, quality, strain selection. Gone. We contacted Health Canada, right? Contacted Rona Ambrose. I got my MP to contact Rona Ambrose, right? And say, listen, we're not going to be able to afford this. What are we supposed to do? So they said, she replies, contact your health care provider, health insurance provider, right? Well, in our case, that's the province of Ontario. So I contact the province of Ontario, and they said, hey, medical marijuana is on the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. We can't even talk about it.
Until it's a DIN.
Like we can't, until it's a medicine with a DIN, it's not we can't do anything about it. So it's like, You ask your dad, hey, can I do this thing? And he says, well, you better ask your mom. And you go ask your mom, well, what did your dad say?
Right. I know there was a couple of years ago when all these meetings were going on and they were meeting with people. The government told the compassion center operators and stuff that were involved in that it would require patients as well as the commercial distributors to lobby the insurance industry for coverage. Otherwise, we were on our own. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
You
we're
know,
fine.
like whatever happened about caring about the patients instead of caring about whether a multi-million-dollar company is making $1 billion a year in profit. Like,
exactly. And this Ontario government is already so mired in scandal. The last thing they need is, oh yeah, we're going to start just, giving people people on Ontario disability and welfare, we're going to pay for their medical marijuana. Now, forget the fact that it's safer, more effective, and cheaper than many of the drugs that are already covered under the ODS.
Probably reduce healthcare costs.
Exactly. They would look at this and they go, wow, this is a no-brainer. But how do we tell the public this? With Tim Hudak, yap, 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 yap. With Sun News Network, yap, 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 yap. How do we get any of this across to the public, right? It's up to us. It's up to people like us to sit on the bus and talk loud. Pot cures cancer. And the government's taking away our medicine, we're going to die. So,
have a mission to every person out there who's advocating for cannabis to talk to at least one or two people daily, constantly, in order to.
Well, I mean, I usually wear a T-shirt that has something that's going to attract attention.
I do the same thing.
Usually it's my marijuana cures cancer T-shirt.
Got
which
my
always
time
gets
for
people
hemp
talking.
T-shirt on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think everybody should get one that says marijuana cures cancer. Now, some people wag a finger about that and they go, well, cure, you can't really say cure, but let's talk about the word cure for a minute, right? If you take a treatment for a medical condition and the medical condition goes away, then it's a cure. But if it doesn't go away, then it's a treatment that failed. Well, as a medical treatment, marijuana has cured people's cancer. In the past, doing so in the present, likely will in the future. But a good friend who we never got to meet in person, Michelle Rainey, she was taking a double dose of the stuff, cancer ate her right up, man. So it's not magic. A lot of people are getting chemo or radiation. They're like, yeah, I'm doing great. I feel great. I'm doing great. All of a sudden they get some sinus infection. Boom, the guy's dead 3 days later. Or something like that. It can be that quick with cancer. So to say, oh, marijuana cures cancer. Well, water doesn't cure thirst, but it's a conversation starter. And that's why it says marijuana cures cancer. Look it up. So you're going to go look it up online, or you can take your phone out and start looking. There you go. It's better than walking around with an Ottawa Senators T-shirt on or a Toronto Maple Leafs or some other.
Talking about Michelle Rainey, I see you have a medicinal T-shirt on from Michelle, and as I look at the calendar, we are 5 days away from, I believe, the third anniversary of Michelle's passing. There will be the third annual Michelle Rainey Walk will be held in Toronto on the 20th. And that is looked after by Erin Butterfly, and she organizes that every year. So, yeah.
Awesome. I wish we could try to organize one in Ottawa, but honestly, we struggle just to get our own errands and stuff done, our own sanity in order, And this town is just
pitiful.
It's hard to get even 5 people to do postering and this kind of stuff. It's different in Toronto. You get the Vapor Lounge, you got all these people who are congregating.
We run into
It's like,
the same problem here in Peterborough, and there's a fellow by the name of Blazer Wrinkles who's working very hard. He does the Peterborough 420 and Peterborough Cannabis Day, and he's working on some other secret projects right now that I can't elaborate on till another time. But if they come through to fruition, it's going to be a huge step here in this area, I'll tell you. Last question.
I'm guessing.
And this got to do with legalization of marijuana. And the stories that we're hearing in the news with Justin Trudeau and when he's talking about legalizing, and he talked about how he thought that the new MMPR program had to remove grows from people's houses. Is this a pipe dream of his? Or is this something that it could be a possibility? Because you and I, we both know we've heard this for 40 years. But does this seem a little bit different this time?
I think it's different this time because of, the cancer information, internet, doctors like Sanjay Gupta, the changes in the U.S.,
Yeah.
Israel, this kind of thing. I think we're off to a good start. The problems I foresee with the liberals is that they see it as a contentious and difficult issue to get across to the public already. As you can see, it's sort of helping their popularity, but it's still kind of scrambling to get coherent, right? It's not and the thing is, people keep like, oh, Justin Trudeau saying this and Justin Trudeau saying that. It's not like he goes bursting out of the gate, well, I think this and that about marijuana. It's the press ask him a question and he politely responds in a fairly intelligent and almost fully informed way. Now, I agree with him about the MMPR. Taking away people's grows is ridiculous. It's the safest, cheapest, most effective way to get medicine to the people, for the people who want it. People like us, forget about it. The best way for us is commercial grows, the big ones that produce and send it through provincial, bodies, deliver it to our door like they do with her hormone thyroid medication that she's got to take. Right?
And the whole bit.
That's all free. That's delivered to our door. So for some people, not everybody wants to grow. Not everybody needs to be growing. Some people have a dose load so big that they'd have to live in a 6-bedroom apartment to do it. You cannot. Some people can get by in 3 or 4. I know a guy who got by in 1 pinner a day for his Crohn's.
I know.
Yeah. He says, man, I said, you don't use very much. He says, I roll these little thin joints. He says, I smoke a half of one a night. I don't have Crohn's. He says, if I miss that joint, boy, do I have Crohn's. It's like I got broken glass inside me. Yeah. And I shit blood, But
when people talk about legalization, some people picture everybody growing 1,000 plants. Is this something that some people, whether you're government or recreational users or just anybody in society, should be worried about somebody growing 1,000 plants?
I don't think so. Because, if let's say the law fell apart tomorrow and, Peter Mansbridge and every other news, Kevin Newman and everybody like, well, that's it, man. Marijuana is legal. The law fell apart. It's like abortion. It's all up in the air. We don't know what to do, and everybody starts growing. Okay, great. Everyone's growing on their balconies. Everyone's going to grow in their backyards. Everyone's going to grow. But somebody's going to grow 1,000 plants one summer, and be, oh boy, and they're going to hang it all up in their shed, and it's going to cure real nice, and they're going to trim it all, and they're going to bag it all, and they're going to, okay, great, and they're going to bring it to the market, and the market's going to say, yeah, $800 a pound. What? Are you crazy? That much to grow all this.
So basically, because everybody's got 1,000 plants, nobody's got any.
It's called a market glut. It's a lot of work to deal with 1,000 plants, man. Especially if it's all one harvest, right? Yes. If you're growing 10 rows of 100 plants, you're gonna cut them all down and hang them in one weekend. You think you're gonna trim all that in one weekend? Maybe with a big machine.
And if everybody's growing 1,000 plants, where is it going to go anyways?
Exactly. Who's he going to sell it to if every grandmother and every teenager's already got their 5 or 10 or 20 plants in their backyard or their shed or their basement or whatever? So some guy's going to grow 1,000 plants. He's going to try and get it to the States. What's he going to do? Put it on a truck and just drive across the border?
No, it's not.
It's not that easy. Even the bikers are going to be turning it down, and the mafia are going to be turning it down because they're like, hey, we got plenty. There's a market glut. No one's buying it. And there's only so much you can push across the border before it starts.
That's right.
Everybody starts to. So, I'm not worried about stuff like that. The thing I'm worried about with everybody, free for all, is much like we have the problem, or much like the problems we have now, is that people are growing crap weed and they think it's great. You go into any head shop that's like a grow shop place, right? And you get talking to them, and people will bring little samples like, oh yeah, look what I grew. And the guy's like, you don't know a damn thing, man. You don't know what you're doing. Get that book, this gear, this is how to do it properly. Because people are growing all this chemical-laden, raggedy ass weed, And they're selling it to people on the street. They're selling it to teenagers. They're selling it to old people. They're selling it to sick people.
No.
And it's not cool. I just wish people would take the time to grow it clean. I don't even necessarily mean
Clean.
organic, but just,
Flush it out. Get
clean.
rid of the chemical
Flush it really
salt.
good.
Yeah.
Flush it really good, Use lots of neem oil so you don't have a lot of dead in there, use a lot of neem so you don't get fungus, really control your environment so you don't get mold, this kind of stuff. But no, man, just fungicide that shit, just pesticide that shit, just pound it, snap, crackle, and pop, baby. It's dog shit weed. It's skunky, chemical, stinking dog shit weed, and it really depresses me because it's like eating. It's just like eating, junk. It's like McDonald's is organic beef.
McDonald's doesn't have any beef in it.
It's just exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot of chemical crap.
It's just dreadful.
So this is what bothers me more about the free for all. I like the idea of, like I said, the only control I would really see is in terms of smell and in terms of sort of electrical, water, and chemical runoff. Because if every other house in the suburbs starts growing anything, pot, food, whatever, in their basement, starts dumping this stuff down the drain, the water, there's going to be algae blooms or whatever growing in our water systems and our lakes and rivers when all the sewage, our sewage treatment plants have to deal with all this stuff. And in Ottawa, every time we get more than like 2 inches of rain, our sewage treatment plant completely overflows and raw, untreated human toilet flushings go downriver toward Laurel and Hawkesbury and all points east and south.
Okay.
That's not good at all. Every time we get a heavy in Ottawa, and it's been like this for years, and I don't think they fixed it yet. We're talking 700,000 liters at a time.
And then people swim in those rivers. People drink, the towns suck water out of those rivers.
Down to Carry-On, yeah, exactly. Carry-On Beach, yeah, they're pulling water out of there for their farms or whatever. It's just
disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Okay, to wrap things up, have either one of you have a final word that you would like to say?
Yeah, get out busy. We were just talking about this with Matt Myrna on his show before you called. Have conversations on the bus. Have conversations in the supermarket. Fake a phone conversation with your cell phone. You don't have anybody to call. Walk around the supermarket, blah, blah, blah. Pot cures cancer. You should have seen this woman on TV on the internet. Her breast was rotting right off. Her breast is all fine from the cannabis oil. Amazing thing, blah, blah, blah. Get out and get active and just get into conversations with people about marijuana because the fucking media is not going to do it.
Get involved and speak up. Christine?
Yes. Yep. Well, I'm pretty well much on the same page with Russell. It would be wonderful to see more younger people get more active in their community as far as this goes, because just seeing young kids schlub around town wearing their pants halfway down their ass, and
shoes all untied and whatnot.
Yeah, and shuffling their feet and using their little iPads and their little cell phones to check out porn sites.
Yeah,
Like, come
get
on,
busy.
get more active in your community, please.
I've worn myself out doing this.
Okay, well, at
My
this
husband-
moment, I'd like to say thank you to Russell and Christine for taking time to educate everyone on what's it like to live as a patient and as a cannabis advocate. I'd also like to you're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I'd also like to
Thanks
thank
for having us.
Marina and her staff here at the Carp Diem Cafe in Peterborough, and everyone,
Thank you so
and
much.
everyone present today. For those on YouTube who will be participating for being people advocating cannabis education. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Russell and Christine. And we'll be talking with you two very soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Sounds great.
Good
Take
night.
care. Good night.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.